working? Is the AC working? Good evening. Good. Are the mics on? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember De La Cruz.
Here.
Councilmember Gross. I know he's here. Mayor Lindsay.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Petros. I know she's here also. We do have a quorum, and the mayor, Reverend Paguagua, is unable to attend the meeting tonight, so please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. If I could please have the Girl Scouts to come to the front and lead, just right over here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
The first item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
I'd like to start by thanking everyone who organized our Memorial Day presentation, our American Legion, and our Robert Cromartie group. They did a fabulous job, as they always do. And again, I encourage all residents to observe Memorial Day and Veterans Day weekend, or our presentations, and go. It really is a nice way to start a long weekend, but really to recognize why we have those days off. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize someone very special to us, our clerk of 21 years, Conchita Alvarez, on this, her last official council meeting, and also.
Thank you very much.
And also to express our love and our respect. You've been an anchor to the village for 24 years and an integral part of our growth and success. Conchita, we admire you, your dedication to our council, to the past councils before us, to the smooth operation of this government, and to all of the residents of Key Biscayne. You started with our village as a volunteer during the incorporation process. This was a small town of approximately 8,000 residents with a vision for creating good local government and maintaining our small town island character. You were on the ground floor of making good things happen, and you exemplify why this community is so special. As our clerk, you have helped steer the village for 21 years. To quote our manager, you've been a steady leader, a helpful voice, and a force in building good relationships inside and outside our community. I know I speak for everyone when I say this is a bittersweet moment. Saying goodbye to a friend and a coworker who means so much to us, and a resident. We thank you for your service. We congratulate you on an extraordinary career, and it has been an honor to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank Calvin Giordano for the great job that they did putting together the engineering plan that we had been so anxiously awaiting. And I think that it gives us a good idea of how we want to go and how we don't want to go. And I think the manager may want to say a couple words.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, if I may. This was an extensive report. The way that the agenda is currently worked out, I would have brought this up during omissions or deletions. But what I would like to do this evening is to table this discussion and this report for now. We'll bring it back to us when you reconvene in September. but there was a lot of work put into this. They're here, but I really believe that what we should do is dissect this a lot more, get really into it, understand exactly where we want to go in the future, take a look at where we've been already, and I'm asking that, again, taking this out of order, that we table this until a later date.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Any more?
I had one.
Yes.
I just wanted to wish Councilmember Gross a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Oh, and it was Todd's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Todd.
Todd, who?
Are we done? Next item on the mayor is public comments. We do have several speakers lined up today.
Yes, our first speaker is Pedro Español.
Good evening, Mayor, Councils. I decided to come here because I used to be involved managing companies. I am a businessman. Sorry, I'm very... and I know how difficult it is sometimes to know the type of employees that you have below you. Oh my goodness. Sorry. 2 months ago, my son had a bleeding in the K-8 school. And because the teachers of the school and the fire department work as they work, my son today is alive. I'm here to recognize their job, to honor them, and to inform that how happy I feel about the teaching process that they had, the experience, the protocols that they had to call one to the others, to put my son in less than 2 hours in the surgery. And thinking about why he's today here is because you have invested the money that we put in taxes, the money that you save, you have put there that money training people, having the best people, people with experience. All the decisions that they did, that they made were amazing. The speed that they had was amazing. And because all of that, we can be here today to thank all those that has been involved in this project, in these processes that you have had here. I have spoke with the fire department and I have spoke with the schools. And I was really surprised when I was speaking with others in the community, and they were telling that many people don't believe how great the job is being. And I would like to offer my son's experience, my family experience, to help them to transmit the community how good is the money that they put in taxes to help those departments and others that for sure they're working to help the community, and to bring to the community the idea that it's very, very important to all of you helping all those that are helping our families, because without them, many times we don't know how much they are helping us to be the families, you know, helping the community to make this country and others. I'm not American citizen, I'm Spanish, but till you don't have those problems, you cannot understand how great is the job that you are doing. So once more, I would like to honor, as Cuban poets used to say, honra, honor, just 2 words in a very important sentence. And I just wanted to come here to say thanks to the fire department, to the K-8 school, and to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks for saving my life.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
I've been a first responder for 45 years. This is the most difficult night I've sat through. This is, my tears are the appreciation that he has for what we've done. You need to understand, they were dealing with a 9-year-old stroke victim. We don't come across 9-year-old stroke victims. I would like for the fire chief and Justin Connors to come forward, please, just for a moment.
Stroke Consortium. And the Stroke Consortium, you remember probably about a year ago, they came in here and they honored us, all the fire departments in Miami-Dade County, and the hospitals that make up this network. The program that we have in South Florida is a national model, and we've trained every firefighter paramedic in Miami-Dade County, and I've been very proud of this program for an extremely long time. I was in a meeting and I got notified on a very busy day when this occurred. And I know Mr. Espanol already mentioned that the K is where this started, and they recognized the severe problem of this, and they knew that they needed help, and having comfort, knowing that Lieutenant Connors and his crew, Mr. Brandt, firefighter Brandt, and Bavaro were on board. All those firefighters have been with us for at least 8 to 12 years, and they recognized exactly what was going on. They recognized it was neurological, and most importantly, they recognized that this patient, Pedro, needed to go to Jackson. And it is not only one of the premier hospitals in Miami-Dade County, but as you know, for this, it's one of the premier hospitals probably in the country, and they're leading the way. And I thank you for recognizing our firefighters, but I just want to share a little human point. Pedro and his family came to see us on a day that we promoted a lieutenant, and he was there, and he actually gave the most recent lieutenant, Nick Johnson, his badge, and in front of his family and in front of his crew. And I reminded our crews and everybody else that's listening here, this is the reason we're doing this. So thank you for sharing your story, and really, at the end of the day, well, we're all here because we want to help people like you, and we're really happy that you are doing so well.
Michael Kelly.
Talk about a tough act to follow. Mike Kelly, 395 Gulf Road. First, I want to say thank you, Conchita, for everything. Couldn't have been on the council for that long without you.
Thank you. I love you too.
Thank you, council, for passing the 530 park design. I think it's fantastic, and I'm glad finally something's going to happen. Every council has to find its own way. You know, I was part of 4. Some of you are on your 4th one, and every 2 years it changes, and it seems like every council, I'm sure Conchita knows, has its own personality. I was part of councils that were more contentious than you guys are. Before Myra and Frank joined, seemed like there was a battle every meeting. And then we kind of went through a period, I think, of more peace and harmony and love, and everything seemed to get along. And, you know, I learned through the process a lot. My concern about the resolution that is before you tonight is that I think one of the experiences that I took home from all of this is that governing is messy. It's never easy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. People need to have their own opinions. People need to speak to whoever they need to speak to. People need to speak to the newspapers about any issue they want to. I think that's healthy, and there's going to be conflicts in the way that it's done. And in my experience, when Mayor Vernon was mayor, He spoke to the county about Calusa Park. He spoke to the city of Miami about Virginia Key. He did all these things without getting the prior approval of the council. He spoke on behalf of the village without having the prior approval of the council or the manager. When Mayor Kaplan was mayor, he spoke with the gentleman from Consultatio about that project on his own, brought him into his office. I spoke to the gentleman from Consultatio on his own, on my own, and gave him very different feedback from what he was getting from Frank. I think that process, none of it sanctioned by the council, resulted in a very positive project there at Oceana. Mayor Kaplan negotiated the entire school board deal for Mast Academy. We didn't approve it until it came back, and it was a done deal. And I looked at Mayor Kaplan that night and I said, thank you for doing such a fantastic job. So, and later on, with the Presbyterian Church, Myra and I went and spoke with them. There were concerns amongst other council members that we were doing that on our own. There were good times and there were bad times with people doing things on their own. But in the end, it seems like the institutions of this village and the processes and the privilege that's been given traditionally to the mayor seems to have worked out. So despite my perspective on it, I respect you guys. And I know that you guys have to find your own way and work things out the way that works best for you. But I would just be cautious in putting in writing and changing institutions and patterns that have evolved over many years and have seemed to work. I'd be cautious in how strict you are in the restrictions that you put down. That's my perspective. I appreciate everything you do, and I'm glad I can go home now. Have a good night.
Thank you. Michelle.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm not in formal closing. I'm Michelle Haberfeld. I live in 545 Hampton Lane. I just came from the park. That's why we are dressed like that. I came here just to express my concern regarding the plastic grass that has been a lot of discussion of implementing it in the park. My main question to the council is, what is the main function of the Village Green Park? By the name, it already says Green Park. Questioning if it's a soccer field or a park, because that's where I bring my son since he was born, by playing the grass, which is so important for a child development. And by the fact that it will be plastic grass, he's almost 3. I'm very concerned that that will get so hot that we won't be able to be close to it. So I really would appreciate if you think carefully about, because I think nowadays there is this whole discussion about global warming, and it would be another piece of land here in Key Biscayne, and I know it has been done a great job of like acquiring land and building new parks. I live in Hampton Lane, that beautiful park that was just done. It's outstanding, and we go there almost every day, and at the Green Village Park as well. So I really would like to express my concern, and I ask for a real thought about it, what we are doing to our Key Biscayne, you know, like I think that's not something should be done, but I keep to you the decision. I just want to express. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Viviana Domit.
Hi, I am Viviana Domit, 791 Crandon Boulevard. I am here to speak again about the turf. I know I can't get in your minds and convince you. I just want to let you know there is an alternative. So we still have a few other choices rather than just going plastic. And that plastic is plastic, not because it's green, is grass. It's plastic, and in climates like ours, it's very, very damaging for the children. Like, I just want you to see me and know that we have another choice, that perhaps give it another few years to keep the grass until we find new places for the sports. And also, Myra, again, I want to, like her, express that the park is a family place, is where children run, and I know you say it's just 20% or just like that, but it's a very, very big part of the park. So I believe all the world is trying to go towards nature, and we in this paradise island are choosing plastic. So I just want to let you know that there is an alternative, and I hope you can see it.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Don Ellisberg.
Thank you, Mayor Lindsay, council members. My name is Don Ellisberg. I reside at the Commodore Club East condominium at 177 Ocean Lane Drive. I am here tonight speaking on behalf of myself and the Commodore Club East, West, and South condominiums, as well as the Key Biscayne Condominium President's Council. And the point of our discussion and why I'm raising it now, just to kind of speak, is the need for an ordinance to prohibit kiteboarding on Key Biscayne ocean beaches. It should come as no surprise to you why I'm here, since all of you have received copies of my current statement, copies of our past statements, copies of our past statements. I have to tell you that even in the interest of my 3 minutes, I have to tell you that I'm very grateful to be able to speak here, because the first time I came here to speak on the subject, I didn't understand how you got to speak, so they didn't let me. But since then, I have had lessons from all of the people involved, for which I'm very grateful and appreciate the opportunities I've had since then. But the point is, it's been 5 years. Our first submission, for the record, was in August of 2013, when we submitted a very large study and a number of reasons and evidence to the Village Council and the administration about why kiteboarding needed to be stopped where it is, and the difficulties even wherever you might want to move it, but not where we were. Fast forward since then, we've contacted the village police on many occasions concerning kiteboarding dangers on our beach. Since January of this year, our condominium alone has called the police at least 29 times. The police have also been sent numerous photographs and videos of the kiteboarding activities that are the current reason for our concern and our appearance here tonight. The police response continues to be that under the present situation, they cannot issue citations for the activity on the beach, and they can only issue citations related to the exclusion zone if they personally see the activity. Our videos, photos, and eyewitness testimony are not deemed sufficient. On April of this year, the Village Council and Administration again urged to take action in a letter from Greg Rosen, the president of our condo, submitting more photos, more videos, and the same report now squeezed down to a DVD so you can read it easier. Mr. Rosen also included in the letter a description and video of a kiteboarding incident from this April where an out-of-control kite crashed into the Commodore Club beach chairs, narrowly missing beachgoers sitting on our nearby chairs. And if I can make this thing work.
Which one?
That one. No, that one right there.
This one right here?
Yeah. Let's see if it works. Make it big. That's essentially what you're seeing. I can repeat it over and over again, but you see the kite coming in. The rider, as it were, is still on the beach, lost control of it. It came through, smashed into where our beach chairs were, then went off. This happens over and over and over again. We have many such instances, and that's why we are trying to make clear what the danger is. I don't want to run it again. You've got the gist of it. Look, the kiteboarding is a exhilarating sport when properly supervised and isolated from the risks to those using the beach and shallow water for other purposes. The island of Key Biscayne was at one time very underpopulated. Many water sports took place right off the beaches, including boating, jet skiing, kiteboarding, water skiing, and related. Over the years, the increased beach population caused the county and the village to limit most of these sports, as well as to designate a vessel exclusion zone where boats, jet skis, and any other vessel, including kiteboards with a person on board, are not permitted. The problem: it is undisputed that kiteboarding from crowded beaches is dangerous. The continued unfettered and unsupervised kiteboarding from the Commodore Club Beach is a public hazard and needs to be stopped immediately. Dade County has prohibited kiteboarding activity in all of Crandon Park, including Hobie Beach, except at the designated kiteboarding center located at the northern end of the Crandon Park Beach, because it is too dangerous for this sport to take place in areas populated by beachgoers of all ages. The county center, which we discussed and sent to you, it requires supervision and supervised learning for the kiteboarders. It is set up to certify kiteboarders. It's got designated beach areas for setup, kiteboarding boats, and so forth. It is only permitted when the center is open and there are not only lifeguards present, but a rescue jet ski as well, should the kiteboarders or boaters experience trouble. We talked about, they're always talking about the exclusion zone. The danger from kiteboards is not just the water, it's setting of the kite and beginning on the beach is a hazard to other beachgoers, including those in chairs, those swimming, and those walking.
Thank you, Doc.
What I want to do is submit the rest of my statement for the record. I know you're going to be discussing it later. I just want to say that at the end, the council really has to make some choices here. There's more than enough evidence to reflect that it's time to just do something, regardless of what you might want to do down the road. You've got to stop this, and you've got to stop it now. Continuing is what I call playing the
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you.
Near misses are near misses, and please take heed of that. Thank you.
Thank you. York Flick.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. York Flick, 338 West Heather Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. This really isn't meant to be a rebuttal to anything that Mr. Eisberg has said so far. We have actually worked on opposite sides of this issue over the course of the past 4 years, and have always gotten along swimmingly, and I intend to continue to get along with Mr. Eisberg, and hopefully we can come to some sort of resolution. For those of you perhaps behind me who don't know me, I stand here as a representative of the kiteboarders of Key Biscayne, the windsurfers, the paddleboarders, every waterman and every woman on the island who have chosen to live on Key Biscayne for the benefit of the access to the beaches that we have here.
Sir, excuse me, you need to address the council.
Thank you. I've been kiteboarding on Key Biscayne since the inception of the sport, which was approximately 15 years ago. Some facts about kiteboarding, which you may or may not know, but these are facts coming from somebody who knows the sport. Kiteboarding has been here for about 15 years. It's not a new phenomenon. Kiteboarding is not a daredevil sport. It's practiced by men, women, children of all ages, and has become increasingly more safety sensitive as the years progress. It will be an Olympic sport soon, probably in the next Summer Olympics. It projects a positive image of our community, I believe, and it's also supportive of local businesses. The ban that Mr. Eisberg is proposing, okay, is largely based upon assumptions of safety in the sport. Now, what's missing from his presentation, unfortunately, is that it's based upon assumptions that people have been injured by kiteboarders. The reality is, and I challenge anyone at the council or the people behind me to submit a Chapter 119 public records request and ask for all the people who have been injured in Key Biscayne as a result of kiteboarding, and the answer will be probably 0. Now, that's not to say that it can't be dangerous, because it can, if it's practiced recklessly by people who don't know what they're doing. But the reality is, cycling can be dangerous, but we allow it and we regulate it. Fishing on the beach can be dangerous, but we regulate it and we allow it. My point only is that to outright ban a sport such as kiteboarding would be draconian in my perspective and would be a step backwards for this otherwise progressive community. So all I'm suggesting to the council is that this issue is looked at very carefully. Please feel free to use me as a resource. I'd be happy to connect you with other people who are professionals in this area, and let's try to find a way to work together. I intend to help. I intend to be a good neighbor to my friends at the Commodore Club, many of whom happen to be kiters, by the way, to find a resolution to this so that we can all continue to be good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, we do have a senator and our House of Representatives here. Would you indulge me and let them do their special presentations?
Sure.
Thank you.
So then, the first one, Madam Mayor, is Representative Nicolas Duran with a legislative update. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the Village Council. Good evening. It's good to be here with you all. Wanted to come in and just give you a little brief on the session as it just ended. It's good to actually finally be around and be able to sort of debrief on a few things. Important issues, I would say, one, that I have more in-depth information here on a legislative review that I put together. I've left it outside for members if they want to see it. We've also been distributing it. But a couple of important issues that I think we as voters at all had voted pretty overwhelmingly and to see happen were medical marijuana, which has passed, and we have a policy infrastructure in place that's going to be moving forward. The Amendment 4 related to solar energy, solar tax incentives related to commercial properties is also, those policies have been put into place. So we're happy to see those. A couple of important tax cuts and the tax package. One of the items that was voted in favor of was to put on the 2018 ballot a third homestead exemption tax, which would be between $75,000 to $100,000 on those houses. That actually has to go to the voters in the 2018 ballot. There's a lot of folks who would say to you on a local municipality level and municipalities, that impacts your coffers in a sense, and about $76 million estimated in Miami-Dade County. So between now and 2018, when that goes to the ballot, there's going to be a level of education for folks to realize that that can impact services and what that really means. A couple of other issues. Happy to report with respect to some of the state dollars coming down to this community that we did get $165,000 for the adaptive traffic signalization project that would help with the revitalizing the traffic signals here between now here and the state park. So we have those funds. That was not part of the veto that the vetoes that the governor had, so that survived. Another $200,000 going to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Nature Center to help with those improvements there as well. Those are two projects that you've seen for the last couple of years that have actually found their places in cuts. You've seen a few other things that are important. Education bill that was just passed. We had actually gone to special session and those sorts of things. Obviously, the governor has that bill in front of him. It's still very contentious and issue being resolved, but we are back at it here at home. I'm going to be with you all quite often and with residents, so I'm happy to continue to do the work. I wanted to at least come and say hello and brief you all and thank you all for your support and those who came and visited while we were up in Tallahassee.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for representing us so well. Thank you for coming to our Memorial Day.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Next, Madam Mayor, is Senator Rene Garcia with the proposed condominium legislation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Mr. Manager, and council members. Rene Garcia, I'm in the Florida State Senate, and I just want to give you a quick update on Senate Bill 1237. Senate Bill 1237 has to do with the condominium associations and the rules that have the problems that have been plaguing our condo and our residents for many years. This is a battle that has been coming for the last 10, 15 years, and honestly, it's an issue that I thought it was just something that was in Northwest Dade, which some of the association, some of the residents of condos, unit owners, condominiums will come to our office and complain about the issues around their association and their management companies. And when we started passing, and we presented this bill along with Jose Felix Diaz in the House and Representative Durant, we realized that the issue was much bigger than just a Northwest state problem. It was not only a Dade County problem, but it was a Florida-wide, statewide problem. And the bill that you have before you, you have some of the notes on it, so you can share that with the associations in the village, is to ensure that people are aware that there's new laws that will take into effect. God willing, the governor will sign the bill. He hasn't received the bill yet. But what the bill does, it talks about conflicts of interest. I'm not going to get into all the details of the bill, but the issues of conflicts of interest of board members, they cannot have any conflicts as it relates to them issuing contracts for the associations. The attorneys that cannot represent both the association and the management companies. There has also been, we're trying to eliminate that conflict because we realize that a lot of the associate members paying their dues for an attorney to represent them were also in the same boat that the management company was using that same money to sue them and go after them. There's also issues of disclosure of documents. We realized that found that a lot of the associations were withholding documents for whatever reason they had. Now it is unlawful, it's a third-degree felony for any association to withhold documents from the residents of the condominium, to make sure that there's full transparency as it relates to budgets and all the bylaws associated with that condominium. And there's also a couple of other provisions in here, but I think those are the important ones. It also has issues as it relates to recalling board members and term limits for board members. But you have all the information before you, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to address them, and you can have my phone numbers on there as well. But make sure you get this information out to your board members or your associations, because the law has changed. And one thing that I want to be very clear is that those associations and those management companies that are doing the right thing have nothing to worry about. It's just those that are not acting in the sunshine and those that are trying to defraud their residents and their unit owners are the ones that have to be very wary, because DBPR, along with the department, with Kathy Fernandez Rundle's office and the police, the Metro-Dade Police Department, are really going to start cracking down on them. And this is a great step in the right direction, and hopefully in the future we will do the same bill as it relates to the homeowners associations. This bill just addresses condo associations, so that's what we're doing right now. And if I could take a point of personal privilege, I have to say that even though as a freshman member, Representative Durant has done an excellent job, even though he's a Democrat, as a Democrat freshman member, really does represent the town, the village, very well, and has been able to deliver not only for his district, but for all of Dade County, and it's been an honor to work with him. So, Mayor, thank you for allowing me and indulging me to explain this bill, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much for everything you do through the Dade delegation. You all work so well together. We're lucky to have you all. Thank you. Any questions, folks?
Thanks for the bipartisan nod.
Absolutely. He's a good friend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next.
Go back to public comments.
Back to public comments, please. Yuki Lin.
Good evening, Mayor Lindsay and elected council members. My name is Yuki Lin, and I'm here on behalf of Dockless Bike Sharing Company, Lime Bike, from California. Thank you very much for having us here. In the past 7 days that I've spent time here in Key Biscayne, I've fallen in love with the village, and I'm convinced that I may never want to go home. As you may have heard, we are very excited to roll out our Dockless Bike Sharing platform in your village, and thanks to the support of Mayor Lindsay, elected council members and residents alike, our hope is to bring a smart, eco-friendly, and fun transportation method to the village. Our ultimate vision as a company is to help build greener, healthier cities. With your support, I feel confident that we can build this together and establish a model community for people around the world to look up to. Thank you very much for having us here, and we hope that you're excited as we are to start rolling these bikes into motion as early as this Thursday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Ponce de Leon.
Good evening, Mayor Lindsay and council members. I'm Maria Ponce Leon. I've been a resident of Key Biscayne for the past 11 years. I'm a mother of 5 kids, and 3 years ago we were blessed.
Can you state your address for the record?
Louder?
The address for the record.
3 years ago, I am a mother of 5 kids. And
Say your address.
Your address.
Oh, my address, I'm sorry. 455 Woodcrest Road.
Thank you.
Well, I have 5 kids, and 3 years ago we had our youngest daughter was born with Down syndrome. And sorry, and that same day we were born into a new world. We had been totally unaware that it existed, and it was different. We didn't know it, and we realized that all these kids that are born with these conditions start living in a world that starts running parallel to the one we all live. And today, as I come as an advocate for all those kids that are born with disabilities and those that get some disability around some time in their life. And my main goal here is to bring their world and our world, just make it just one, so that there is no segregation, there is no rejection, and there is no prejudice, but inclusion. And everybody is welcome despite of their condition. Sorry. A couple of months ago, I came in contact with an organization that is called From Specials Olympics of Florida. And they have a wonderful program that is called Young Athletes, and it's for kids between 2.5 and 5 years of age. And it's a program that includes kids with abilities, with disabilities, and without disabilities. They bring them together. And to develop the basic sports skills to participate in traditional sports programs as they grow older. The impact of this program in the development of kids with disabilities has been phenomenal. Apart from the motor, social, language, and cognitive skills, these kids, they gain immense confidence and self-esteem, which carries into all the aspects of their lives. Young Athletes Programs is a free program to all the families and athletes, and works mainly with volunteers. And it would be sometimes getting the volunteers with that commitment and help this program to run in time. It's hard. And so I was speaking to Todd from the community center, and we were thinking that getting somebody that would be a facilitator to this program and have somebody that prepares the event, welcomes the kids, supervises that the job is being done well, that will give it continuity, in time. And we believe this facilitator or somebody with the appropriate certification will be required for this to happen. And that is why I'm here today to request that this program to be included in the budget that will be approved next week, and to be able to pay for these people. We're in search of these people that need some certain qualifications, although the program is to run, should be running by itself. But we know that maybe we don't get these people, it will just die, the program. This program could be the first bridge to bring these two worlds together and give the opportunity to kids of young age to grow in a world where being different doesn't mean you can't or that you're worthless. Well, we know we are blessed to be in this community. It is amazing, the wonderful things that happen here. I come from a country where sometimes the public opinion doesn't count so much, and things, it's hard to get them happen. And people get involved, and makes people better. Everybody's looking for stuff to do, to volunteer, to help people. That really, for me is amazing. But programs like this are missing, and especially for young kids. It's so important for young kids, the age they are, to develop all their basic skills. All the stimulation that they receive at young age makes a difference of how much they're going to achieve in the future. And we can guarantee that the Young Athletes is a win-win program for kids with disabilities and without disabilities. And all of us will be able to learn empathy, solidarity, perseverance, respect, and tolerance, because these kids will teach us all of that. And it's not only my daughter that's going to benefit, but, all the kids that will be in that program that are typical, as you call them, because they will learn that those kids that they sometimes would just wave and say hi, they manage to get it. Maybe it takes them longer, because my daughter takes longer, but she gets it. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Michael Davey.
I couldn't speak after Don or York. The compelling emotional statement comes before me. Mike Davey, 50 Ocean Lane Drive. I think, by the way, it's a tremendous idea. I've had residents before come to me and talk about we do need a program for children with challenges. We focus on a lot of our children, but we have to do something in the community. I know Todd's going to be working on it. I think it's great. I really think that's a tremendous thing to be thinking about at the next budget workshop. I was going to speak about it, but since Mike Kelly brought it up, and I always agree with Mike Kelly, I'm almost going to agree with him. But he's right. There needs to be freedom, fluidity, and all that. But at the same time, I can recall a time where I accidentally stopped the Port Tunnel project. And Mike was not so happy because our last names are so close. The CBS 4 was calling him to get a statement as to why he had done this thing, and he was not all that pleased when I'd gone out on my own. So there has to be a balance. And you guys, you need to work together. I'd love to see you all come together and really have maybe a workshop that you guys can come together. And we got some of the best people we've had on a council up there right now. I really mean that. You guys bring a lot to the table. But you need to be a team. It's got to be cohesive. You've got to be working together, and you've got to be communicating and letting each other know what's going on and where you're going and what you're doing. That's how it works together when you're a team. That's all I'm going to say about that. The plastic bag ban, I know you're going to make it a recommendation. I hope that we start moving toward an actual ban. I know that the Florida legislature has a law on their books that prevents us from banning this, but I think we should start moving to challenge that. Coral Gables has done so. Let's get in line. Let's start fighting that. Michelle Estevez wanted me to say that she is in full support of the resolution for ban of plastic bags, use of styrofoam in public places, and she would also like to see us do more about recycling, to have more efforts here to recycle. So we have the electronics that we do. We'd like to see something else done. And then she also, she loves Italy. So that's the other thing. And there was a sewer backup. We're working on that. And really, that's it. I think, look, you guys work together. Let's get this done. You've got a long night ahead, so I'm not going to take up any more time. We'll talk about Crandon another time. So thanks very much, and get it done.
Thank you. Sally Brody.
Sally Brody, 180 Harbor Drive. I just wanted to remind the council that about the outdoor equipment, and I want to tell you also that I saw the plan to have it put in the village green, right next to the bathrooms, near the bathrooms, and where there's access to water. It's a perfect place. And we visited there about a month ago, and we saw that the drinking fountain has filled, at that time, 15,000 drinks, plastic containers of everybody's. So you just put your little plastic bottle there and it fills it up, 15,000. So think how much plastic you're saving. And thank you very much for revisiting the outdoor equipment when you get together again.
Thank you, Sally. Our next speaker is Yvette Fernandez Chaustre.
Hello. 575 Crandon Boulevard. And I'm coming to talk about that we're excited for the playground equipment is on the agenda for the community center. We have been without an indoor playground for about a year, and that really affects, families with young children, especially during the months of that it's hot, rainy, and full of mosquitoes. I believe it has also greatly affected the revenue that the community center gets for birthday parties. So it can pay itself off if we approve it. So hopefully you will authorize that soon so that we can enjoy it hopefully for the end of the summer. Another comment I wanted to make, the street light on Crandon and Galen coming out of the key, I don't know if it's not working properly, if it's not well lit. My son almost got run over by a car that never saw the light. I've been looking at it. Many of my neighbors have had the same problem crossing the street, and I've seen it multiple times. Like, people are taking the light without even slowing down. I think the light of the fire station is always on green, so they see the green light and then they don't see the red light and they take it. I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but it's really a problem. And I had a very bad incident, which luckily my son heard my screams. So I want you to look into that. And then the other thing is, I work with kids with special needs, and I totally support having some type of program or special function for kids. I think it's not only good for the children with disabilities, but also making our children aware of that all children can participate. So I completely agree with that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Cecile Sanchez.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come. Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. And I come to ask about what we can do. I know that hopefully at some point in time we'll get our utilities underground. But in the meantime, we in our street and the vicinity, which we're about 90, apparently in our circuit, it's about 90 homes. We get power outages at least twice, I would say twice a month. Last time was about 10 days ago, and it was about 3 or 4 hours on a Saturday. The two gentlemen came by our street, walking, just checking, and they told me, listen, you all need to realize you need to keep your trees cut. So I asked them, but aren't you supposed to be trimming the trees? And they say they come every 6 months. But my experience with FPL or their crew that come when there is a problem front or a branch, is it's not solved. All they do is they cut half of, let's say, of the front that is touching the wires. So that doesn't solve our problem. That just maybe puts a Band-Aid for a little while. I've called them last week, the neighbors behind me. I see the sparks on the wire. I'm guilty. I have 2 little hurricane palms that either they grew by themselves or I planted them too close to the power line. They need to be cut. I'm afraid Ed, he wants to chop them down. I'm afraid if the thing falls, it's going to be electrocuted. So I would like some help. I would like that maybe budget season, you think about it. We need to inform residents. It's our fault. Maybe we put the tree or we inherited the tree in the wrong place, that there is an easement that we should not have large trees or protruding branches next to the power lines. It's hurricane season. What can we do about it? Can we hire someone once a quarter to be policing our electric lines? I don't mind paying for having to cut the tree. But do neighbors understand? My neighbors, do they understand that it's their responsibility too? I don't know what is the answer, but I think we need to look into it because the power lines are not going to be buried next year. And this is an ever-growing problem. And the coconut tree behind me in my neighbors on Cranwood, all the fronds are all burnt. I called FPL. They haven't come to see it yet. And this was a week ago. So what if a big wind comes? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joyce Oliveira.
Talavera, 203 East Enid Drive. I'll make it short, but it is impossible to get rid of plastic and plastic pollution, but we must try for our island. We have taken for granted these convenient, flimsy plastic bags that cause so many problems globally. I have gotten some responses from letters I have written to the Islander, one in particular titled, "There is no a way." Some ideas are a movable display with photos that depict the consequences of plastic to animals and birds dying from plastic ingestion. This could be displayed with permission outside of CVS, Winn-Dixie, and other venues. Informational training sessions for employees to encourage use of available reusable bags or paper. The Islander has offered to help in any way they can. Placing recycling bins next to all trash cans located on the quay, especially all the shopping centers. Have a booth at the Rotary Art Day and other village events and distribute reusable bags with the village logo, or have kids on the island come up with a logo or a slogan or something. Perhaps we can get a small grant from the foundation. I have these, I could give this to you, Conchita. They're old, but it's proclamation forms that the council can use for America Recycles Day, which I think is in November. We can do this. Jose Yanes, manager of Winn-Dixie, and I have distributed hundreds of reusable bags on Earth Day for the past several years. He asked me to give each one of you one. Let's get rid of the leaf blowers too. Shall I pass them out?
Our next speaker is Lois Greenberg.
Hi, I'm Lois Greenberg, 1121 Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne. I want to thank all of you for all your input and all your hard work in the wonderful village that we live in. And this plastic bag situation is something very dear to our hearts. Several years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, the Senior Volunteer Program developed a program of reusable bags that we sold at Winn-Dixie. And for a little while, everybody was into it, and then it sort of faded away. When you go into Winn-Dixie and CVS, you buy 3 things, you get 11 plastic bags. They put them twice around and then 3 times over. We have to do something about that, and I know the state is an issue, but in Coral Gables, they are already doing something about it. Publix, I believe, is the store. So we have to try to urge our local stores, and those are the 2 biggest offenders. There was a film at the Rosenstiel School several months ago about plastic. It doesn't go away at all, and it's very difficult to dispose of it. So if we have to finance and give the bags away in the store, maybe have them as you're checking out. If you don't have your reusable bags, at least that's an opportunity to encourage people to do it. Or maybe have a fine for not bringing a reusable bag, or maybe some kind of a prize for bringing a reusable bag. But let's try to really work on this, because it's really important for our environment. You see them on the beach. It's hurting the fish. It's hurting the wildlife. It's hurting everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. We are done with public comments. Do we have any more public comments? I will close it.
I forgot the most important thing. I apologize.
Your name and your address, please.
I already gave my name and address.
Say it.
Conchita, thank you for everything you've done. I really appreciate it. You were a savior for me when I started, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing, even running. And you've been a great resource to this village for so long. So thank you. We're going to miss you, and we'll see you around. We're neighbors.
Thank you, Mike. Yes.
Right. Take care.
Your name. Next item, Madam Mayor, is a special presentation by the Key Biscayne Girl Scouts promoting Backpack Awareness Month, Florida. In Florida.
Welcome. women please come to the podium? And this is Girl Scout Troop 385.
How are you?
We're well, thank you.
Mayor Lindsay and members of the Village Council, good evening. My name is Josephine Claire Berlin, and I am one of the young women of Girl Scout Troop 385. All of the young women in our troop just graduated from 5th grade, elementary school. We want to thank you for inviting us here tonight to discuss the important work of our Girl Scout troop, of what our Girl Scout troop is doing to end exposure to back pain. Specifically, for the past school year, our troop has been working to reduce and minimize the amount of weight that school children must carry on their backs each school day. Our desire to see this change came from our own daily struggles with heavy backpack weight. Because our school, like so many others, do not have lockers, we must carry everything on our backs. We walk, we ride our bikes, we climb stairs carrying these heavy backpacks, and it hurts us.
You see, there are currently no restrictions on the amount of weight school children can carry. The American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons recommend that the weight of a backpack should be less than 10 to 15% of a child's body. Our Girl Scout troop has tested the backpack weight. On average, backpacks weigh 23% of our bodies. This is far more than the amount considered safe.
And some girls in our troop had backpacks that weighed about 40% of their body weight. Heavy backpacks can cause real health problems for children, such as poor posture, curvature of the spine, headaches, and pain.
The health problems can be serious. We learned that about 6,000 children are treated in emergency rooms each year for pain related to backpack use. And about 60% of children will have back pain by the age of 18.
And so we decided to do something about this and to make a change, not only for ourselves, but for children throughout the state of Florida. During the past year, our troop has worked on a Florida House of Representatives resolution to bring attention to the health problems heavy backpacks can cause.
First, we learned about the legislative process. We spoke with the House of Representatives staff about how a resolution gets passed. We interviewed a doctor about health problems heavy backpacks can cause. We met with a community activist who taught us about becoming champions for our case. We drafted a resolution to bring awareness to heavy backpack weight, and then we found a representative to sponsor in the House of Representatives. State Representative Emily Fosberg took on our case and our cause and worked with us. She became our resolution sponsor. We are pleased to announce that the House of Representatives passed our resolution. As a result, August will now be Backpack Awareness Month throughout the state of Florida. We will continue our work to raise awareness about this important health issue that affects public school children all around our state. To that end, we are working on a music video about heavy backpacks that we intend to circulate when school resumes in August. Our work is not over. From all of this, we learned that we can change the world around us, and that our small group of young women on Key Biscayne can make big changes for ourselves and others. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to share our journey with you. We are all very grateful to be here and hope you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Good work.
Well done.
Next item, Madam Mayor, is Mr. Moises D. Ariza, manager with Marcon LLP, who will be presenting to council the 2016 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report.
So what's them?
Good evening, Mayor and Village Council. My name is Moises Ariza, and I'm with Marcon LLP. I serve as the audit manager for the 2016 audit of the Village of Key Biscayne. As part of the agenda package, you have a copy of the comprehensive annual financial report for September 30th, 2016. I'm here today to present the report and go over certain parts of the report itself. If you turn with me to page 1 of the document, you'll find our independent auditor's report. I would like to go over different sections in this report. Page 1, first paragraph, titled Report on the Financial Statements, covers what we've audited. And it reads as follows. We've audited the accompanying financial statements of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information for the village as of September 30th, 2016. The second paragraph tells us what management is responsible for. Management is responsible for preparing and the fair presentation of these financial statements in accordance with U.S. GAAP. And then the third paragraph on page 1 talks about our responsibility as the auditor. Our responsibility as the auditor is to express opinions. Opinions plural because there's different funds in a municipality financial statement. Page 2 of our report includes the opinion paragraph. This is the most important paragraph in this report. Here you will see an example of an unmodified opinion, which is in essence a clean opinion. As a village council, this is the only opinion you would like to be associated with. And it reads as follows. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities in each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information as of September 30th, 2016. Following our report, you'll find a section titled Management and Discussion and Analysis. If there's one section inside the CAFR you want to read in its entirety, it'll be this section. This section is prepared by the Finance Department. We, as the external auditors, are precluded from helping or assisting in the preparation of the management, discussion, and analysis. What the MD&A does is provides a summary of current year activity as compared to previous year, and it provides you dollar variances and percent variances, and not only does it identify the changes, but it provides you the underlying justification explanation of what caused those changes to occur. So the MD&A could be found in pages 4 to 12 of the document. If you turn with me to the back section of the CAFR, it's the reporting section on page 93. This report is a report on internal controls over financial reporting in regards to government auditing standards. As a municipality in the state of Florida, we're required to audit following gas and yellow book requirements. On the first page, it defines what an internal control deficiency is, the differences between a material weakness and a significant deficiency. And then we as the auditors are required to report any significant deficiency or material weakness. I'm pleased to know that we have no items to bring to your attention at this time. On page 94, the second page of this report, you'll have a paragraph called Compliance and Other Matters. We are required to disclose in writing any non-compliance issues regarding any contracts or grant agreements that we reviewed in accordance with government auditing standards. And as noted here, we have no instances of non-compliance to report to you. Page 95 is the management letter in accordance with the Auditor General. This letter is required by the State of Florida Auditor General. On page 95, the first section of the report covers prior year findings, and as the external auditors will be required to follow up on any prior year audit findings. As such, in the prior year, we didn't report any findings, so there's no follow-up procedures. On page 96, if you turn with me, the first paragraph on top is financial condition. Section 218 of the Florida statutes requires us to document to you any financial emergencies that we identified. An example of a financial emergency will be if the village misses payroll or misses a debt payment. Such instances were not identified by our audit. The second paragraph of the financial condition section, it makes reference to a requirement under section 10554, which is a financial condition assessment. We're obligated to evaluate the 29 factors of the village as compared to comparable municipalities in the state of Florida. And what we do is we compare the current year activity to the prior year activity, and also compare the current year activity to the 5-year trend analysis of the village. As a result of our test, there was no deteriorating financial condition to be reported to you. On page 97, there's a report titled Compliance Pursuant to Section 218 of the Florida Statutes. This requirement is for us to test your compliance with the village's investment policy. As such, in our opinion, the village complied in all material respects with Section 218. Aside from the CAFR, and separate from the CAFR, there's a letter that was provided as part of the agenda package. You should have it in front of you. This letter is required by our professional auditing standards. The first page of 3 talks about new pronouncements in regards to accounting of what was implemented by the village. The first page makes reference to GASB statement number 72, which was a new required statement for municipalities. The second page covers any difficulties encountered by us as the auditors when performing the audit. Just wanted to note that the fact that there was no issues dealing with the finance department or the village manager. And lastly, on page 2, we talk about any disagreements with management. A disagreement with management, for example, will be if we recommend to record a transaction a certain way for accounting purposes and they went ahead and recorded it due to conflicting guidance, that would be a disagreement with management. And we're pleased to report that no such disagreements arose as part of our audit. That concludes my presentation of the CAFR and our independent auditors report. I don't know if there's any questions from the council members.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Next, Madam Mayor, is a presentation by Colleen Castile on proposed beach management assistance plan.
Well, I don't have her.
She was just in the lobby.
Okay. Eric, send Colleen in, please.
Good evening, Mayor Lindsay, council members. I'm Colleen Castile. I'm going to give my address, 3209 Atwood Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312. Thank you very much for the invitation to make a presentation to you on beach management assistance consultant contract. I am Colleen Castile, president of Colleen M. Castile, Inc. and Associates. And I have had my firm for about 10 years. I started, I'm actually from Miami, grew up in Cutler Ridge, and moved to Tallahassee because I loved the environmental policy aspect of government. And so I ended up in Tallahassee working for a governor, and Governor Martinez at the time, and spent 20 years in environmental policy. From a junior cabinet aide, working for the governor and cabinet, who had a lot of other responsibilities at the time. We've since, made government a little more efficient, and so when Governor Bush came on board, I became his chief cabinet aide. And one of the things that I recognized over a 14-year period that we had to have a state. We had a beautiful state, and our natural resources were very important. But the important part of understanding that Florida was growing was trying to find a balance in doing the things that we need to do to make Florida a beautiful place to live, as well as a beautiful place to live for the critters and the critters and the flora and fauna that are here. After 14 years of environmental policy, I decided I was going to leave government. But I ended up staying as secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection and secretary of the Growth Management Department, Department of Community Affairs. What I think I was most proud of the accomplishments that I had in working with communities, with environmental groups, with businesses, and with individual citizens to find a solution that worked for all. I was very big on finding win-win solutions, and we had many of those throughout Governor Bush's terms in office, 2 terms in office. And so in '07, I quit working for the government. I thought it was time to leave after 20 years and started my consulting firm. And so what does one government person do who's been specializing in permitting and land use and navigating the ways of government is we go out and we become government consultants for folks. And so for 10 years, I've had my company off and on. I've worked with communities representing local governments, both municipalities and with counties, as a lobbyist and as a consultant in helping them with their permitting and planning. And in doing so, I've represented a couple of counties that have had beach renourishment projects that were contentious and trying to find solutions where the environment was important and there was going to be an impact, much like the project that we foresee for the village of Key Biscayne. And so I believe that I can bring to the table a way to help you navigate both from the state level and the local permits that you'll need. I'd like to be your team leader, and my experience in being a team leader lends me to provide a very good path for you guys to find a beach management assistance plan that is already established in law. So the state of Florida, DEP, the Army Corps of Engineers are all familiar with the project and the project needs that you have. It's just a matter of getting a project together in a timely manner and making sure that that the folks who represent you, who've been long-term legislators, congressmen, et cetera, are in office and they're in key positions right now to help. So, so with that, I wanted to see if there were any questions. I think let me speak a little bit about a timeline. So I spoke with you all individually and told you that the timeline for developing a project is the first, so every year there's an annual timeline. So the first set of deadlines is August 1st. You would be in the feasibility study category. So that's not the full design and or construction of the project. It is a feasibility study, which looks at the research, which looks at the benthic animals and the sand sources, et cetera, for developing a project that would cover your 1.2 miles of beaches. We've had some discussion about who has that information now, and you've had a coastal engineer on contract for a couple of years now, and I've spoken to Tim Blankenship today. He does have all of that information, and we can talk further about that if you have some questions.
Thank you, Colleen.
I have a couple of questions. You know, when we were speaking this afternoon, Colleen, and this was a pleasant surprise, you indicated to me that if we could have just the feasibility study submitted by August 1st,
yes,
we would still qualify for this year's state funding cycle. And we thought we had to be a lot further down the road. So.
And we thought we had to have it absolutely completed, but we've got, I think, 7 weeks. And so it is potentially feasible with the commitment of a team to get that in by August 1st.
So it's your recommendation that we would use Tim Blankenship to get us through at least that particular step?
Yes.
And then make a decision as to what to do from that point forward?
Yes.
And what is it that we're doing?
A feasibility study.
Feasibility study for us for a major beach renourishment project.
Okay, so, and that will include what we discussed, which was exploring
shoreline protection structures?
Yes.
Or actually erosion control protection structures, yes. So I've tried to find that report that I mentioned to you. Right. It is not online anywhere. I have to go back to people who historically have been at the department and to see if we can find that. I know there's probably a paper copy sitting around.
Do you have the professionals that we should consider hiring in order to advance this particular idea that that we've discussed before?
I mentioned that Tim Blankenship has all of the data that is sufficient to put together a feasibility study. At least, DEP said that we didn't have to have it absolutely complete, but we had to work with them and get them a draft as soon as we can, making sure that they are aware of what we're proposing, how much sand, where it might come from. And these are all things that Tim Blankenship has told me he's already looked at some of this.
Right, I got that part. I'm talking about the
Design and construction?
Yes.
Or specifically the erosion control.
The erosion control, because I mean, remember that when I spoke to you, I said, I'm all for this, replenishing, but I don't think that pumping money into the ocean is the only alternative that we have, and I just want to make sure that we're following up on that.
So there are some engineers who specialize in some of those erosion control protection structures, and I've talked to them as well. They've had successful projects, but they cautioned me to remind you. I think you're an engineer, and to remind you that it all depends on the currents. What the whole ecosystem where you would propose to put those. So we can have that as a part of the feasibility study, and see what the reaction is from DEP.
Thank you. Ms. Petros and then Mr. Moss.
Hi, good evening. I had a quick question about the feasibility study, because my understanding is we're actually trying to do something that if you just submitted it would not be considered feasible, because it would be actually encroaching on grass, and we're looking to try to get basically a big renourishment project underway. So when you say we're submitting a feasibility study, what does that mean exactly? What are we asking for, given that technically we would be told no for what we want? So
I never want to say that we're going to get a no before we have actually have the data and research to present to the Department of Environmental Protection and to the other agencies before I wouldn't say no before we get there.
So we're going to start with our biggest wish list, basically, to try to submit that.
Yes.
Okay, and then just for clarification with Councilmember De La Cruz, when we spoke, you were telling me how difficult it is to actually see success with any type of structure in the water to try and retain sand, and that in your experience, you've seen very limited, if any, cases where it's actually worked.
There are definitely limited areas where it worked and limited designs. As it turned out that when I left here, I actually went to Tampa or St. Pete, and I probably should have sent you all of the copies, but because Councilmember De La Cruz and I were having this conversation specifically, I showed him pictures of some extremely ugly things that are hard to remove from the beach and are not doing anything to retain the sand at the location that they've been placed. So you really have to use the engineering, the coastal currents, all of the things that are happening here. You have government cut. You have a huge current that comes around Key Biscayne on the southern end. You have to take all that data and put it into a system and then kind of design your erosion control structures from there. And at that point, then we go to DEP, and that will be one of our hurdles, is to find a design that works in this location that they feel will not harm, not provide harm to human health or, people boating. All of these things are things that have to be considered.
And I'm assuming that engineers will actually tell us whether there is a structure that we could use or not. That's one of the reasons we'd be hiring them.
I think they would propose one or more structures. I've seen 2 designs so far that have been successful, but again, it all depends on the ocean currents and what happens at that location.
Yes,
so,
Mr.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm good.
Okay.
So
Mr. Moss
my question would be, first, I heard that you said the deadline is August 1st for this round.
Yes.
If we do a feasibility study in such a short time, do we reduce in any way our flexibility of how we want to actually design it?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question back to what Ms. Petros was saying. When we get a proposal of something that they think will work, in your experience, what is the actual, like, if you could put some sort of percentage of rate of success based? I mean, obviously they're going to take out I'm sure they don't use the slide rule, but all of their tools and figure out exactly their best guess and do it. But at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that something in the water would actually work, right?
For an erosion control structure, there is no guarantee because engineers are not perfect. Sorry, Commissioner Delacour.
Well, some of them are.
That's why I'm a lawyer.
Unlike a
Oh, that's right. A lawyer too. And so we have, I think that we have to have the design, and I think we were looking at some of the currents that you can see from Google Earth in the ocean, and so it's going to be, I think, a real engineering job to get a proposal there that works. I'm not saying that it won't work. I'm just saying that we need that detail, that level of detail, that level of skill to be able to propose the right kind of project.
Okay.
And it'll be a challenge that we'll have to work on with DEP. Not saying that it won't work.
Okay. Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Is it unstrategic to go in with a feasibility plan that includes anticipated mitigation on seagrass?
No, I think in my discussions with DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers, which I spoke to this afternoon, Councilman Gross, that they are very much aware of that. So I think we have to deal with it right up front.
Seems so. Second question, last question. Is Tim directed? Do we need to authorize anything, or is he directed to do what he needs to do?
I think we need to authorize a couple things.
Yeah.
I think starting with how our next steps for engaging Ms. Castile, if that is what we're going to. Yes.
She refers to a team.
Yes.
And Tim is a member of the team. I don't know what other members of the team there may be. We have a proposal in front of us for Colleen's work, but I don't know what the team is going to be requiring. So if we move forward with this, and I think that, it is prudent to move forward, I still have some questions because we're not meeting again until the 29th of August, and we will have missed the August 1st deadline. So I need some specific guidelines within which to stay and allow Colleen to build and do what she's doing.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
May I add something that Tim told me today?
Yes,
so
please.
Tim told me that he is a subcontractor to a civil engineering contract that you guys already have. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what the boundaries of that particular contract are. So, that's something that you might want to look at.
But under our standing arrangement with Tim, we could simply authorize him to do this work.
We have a standing offer with EAC. They allow McNichols and North Moffett to do this, and then we would get a proposal back from Tim as to what it would cost us to have him part of the team. That's what he's done with other projects recently.
So the problem with that is we don't meet again.
That's my point.
We need to get this teed up.
Yes, we do.
And if I could, I mean, respectfully, you don't need to be teed up right now, but he does, because
I think she does as well. I think she does as well.
For Tim or anyone else to do a feasibility study and not have Colleen or whoever our consultant is totally plugged into that process and say, yes, this is what we need, this is sufficient to submit in order for us to qualify for funding, because Tim can't do it. She's going to basically operate under her direction. And I think the reason, just to clarify, Colleen, because we were talking about this, I think the reason that you're suggesting Tim is not because you necessarily want to use Tim as our project consultant, but in order to meet this deadline, since he's so familiar and has so much of the information already, he's probably the only way we're going to be able to meet the August 1st deadline for the feasibility study. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I may, in my conversations with Colleen, with Councilmember Vice Mayor Kaplan, we were a Danielle Irwin.
So I had a little
I'm just trying to get the
I had a
team.
little confusion as to the team because I walked in thinking that Tim was still with Coastal
Understood.
Systems International. And
We're cleared up. Jennifer
that cleared up.
fixed everything.
Right.
Can you please share what, because now we're not clear.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were thinking about teammates.
Right.
And Colleen, offhand said, there's another colleague of Tim's that also is can-do and has a reputation for promptitude and so forth and so on. Well, she doesn't work with Tim, as it turns out. So we were thinking that she did, and she doesn't.
Fair enough.
So in my discussions with Tim this afternoon, he is, so he apparently has actually done a proposal maybe a couple of years ago, and it may just be a narrative proposal that says if you want to go full speed ahead on the full 10-year beach renourishment project, then here's what you have to do. And he's floated that around. I think it was probably prior to 2 years ago. I think he said it was early 2015. And so, he, I feel comfortable that he's ready to go. We've talked about, pushing the envelope for what we really need here. And he knows the impacts. And I said, I'm willing to walk into DEP, into the Army Corps of Engineers and say, look, there's precedent here. We've impacted, Key Biscayne has impacted seagrasses and mitigated for it. And the seagrasses are none the worse for the wear. They've come back quite densely.
As we've learned.
Yes.
What I'd like to do, if I could, because there isn't anything currently on the agenda for us to discuss retaining Colleen, and I'd like to move that we do add that to the agenda now so that we can continue this process and hopefully end up with a conclusion of it and maybe move forward.
May I recommend that come into the manager's report, because I am working with you all on this, and that way it'll be guaranteed to be heard within the next hour?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Great recommendation.
Whatever direction we need for Tim.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you,
Very
Colleen.
helpful.
Thanks, Colleen.
Thank you.
Next item, Madam Mayor, is Mr. John Frias from Rave Mobility Safety regarding 911 system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yankees swept the Orioles, Chief.
Yankees are looking great this year.
Unbelievable.
Best we've looked in years.
Terribly depressing.
Not for me. About time. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. And thank you for having us tonight. The reason we're here and the presentation we're about to show you came about several months ago during the occupied burglary from Mr. Dela Cruz's home. And if you recall, there was a lot of concern over several of the factors that were inclusive in that criminal act. One of those was the inability of the cell phones to integrate with a proper 911 site so that they could get the exact address and know where the crime was actually occurring. Partial to that was a very stressed out and frightened Mrs. Dela Cruz, who was having a difficult time explaining what was going on in their home. But secondly, afterward and doing an after-action plan with the Dela Cruzes and with our officers, we came to hear about this information that Carlos shared with us, and it was about a program that they have out at the University of Pennsylvania, and which is probably one of the largest universities in the United States. And that program is a special app for our cell phones, and it's a app that can work along with the 9/11 systems that we currently have throughout the country. In addition to that, it could provide information that is extremely valuable to the 9/11 operators when they receive it, and in addition to our police department when we're not actually on that 911 call, because as you all well know, we are not a PSAP. The 9/11 call goes to Miami-Dade, hopefully, or to whatever other PSAP it gets bounced to, and Key Biscayne is not aware there's an emergency situation until they call us. What this app will show you and what these gentlemen will explain is that while 9/11 is receiving this call for service, Key Biscayne is being notified that there's either a medical emergency or a police emergency at an exact location where that cell phone app is being touched. Now, is that a perfect solution for us? No, of course it's not, because it doesn't provide us, as we're not the 9/11 call center, with the exact scenario that's going on. But what it does do, and where it could have been a tremendous amount of assistance that night, is it would have let us know that there is something urgent going on at 2 o'clock in the morning on Marsh Island, and to get our troops heading that way. And they would be trained in the fact that they would be standing by. They would not be sent into harm's way until we gathered more information, but we're alerted to, we're mobilized, and we're on the way. And should we do some of the things we want to do in the future, that would also alert our fire department that there was going to be a medical emergency somewhere, and then we would both go to that medical emergency. We, of course, would secure it first before bringing our firefighters in. So I'm going to introduce you to Mr. John Frias to give you an overview of what this program is all about. And should you have any questions for me, for the fire chief, or for these gentlemen, I'm sure we'll all be happy to explain. So thank you for the opportunity.
So, Mayor and council members, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here to speak to you today about the RAVE panic button application. And as the chief mentioned, the reason why we're here today is to talk about what happens when there's an emergency within the village of Key Biscayne and one of your residents needs to contact 911. That's where the panic button application comes into place. And as you can see here, there are essentially 5 buttons on this application which all immediately place a direct voice call to 911. At the same time, when that process takes place, if I'm a resident and I need help from the police and I use the police button to place a call to 911, at that same time, what that's going to do is ultimately bring early situational awareness to the first responders here at Key Biscayne. And the way that takes place is in multiple ways. First and foremost, we send a text message to the individuals at the Key Biscayne Police Department. We also send a push notification that comes through similar to an Amber type of alert sound, which we'll showcase for you in a second here. And they also receive an email as well. In addition to that, what we also do, as the chief was mentioning, is provide a map that essentially shows live scenarios where if someone utilizes the application to place a call, automatically at the Key Biscayne Police Department, they're going to be able to see live on that map where that emergency is being reported. So again, if somebody is being assaulted or if someone is in fear that there is a stranger approaching them, they could use that application to call 911 and at the same time give that early situational awareness, which ultimately gets us to one of our end goals, which is how do we reduce the amount of time it takes for the first responders to arrive, while at the same time collecting that information as they are en route. So that's what the panic button application focuses on, specifically for emergency calls where you want to contact 911 and at the same time notify on-site personnel. That being said, we are aware that there are instances where there isn't always an emergency. And I can think of several scenarios, one of which is around missing children. You may call 911. At the same time, you may want the police department here to have a visual overview of what that child looks like. And so through this phone application, you could also have the children essentially call for police if they are lost. And that way the police department can see where that phone is calling 911 from. But in addition to that, we provide a secondary tool where the citizens can provide additional information. This is kept private, and it's only used if and only if they call the non-emergency line here at Key Biscayne. That being said, I will share with you, we had meetings with the city of Miami before coming here today. We've met with the CIO as well as the city manager and CFO for the city. They're also looking at adapting this program as well, which we'll talk about in a second. The benefit to you folks is that it gives greater benefit to the folks on the fire department and EMS. And what I mean by that is part of the safety profiles that citizens can essentially create by going online to the smart911.com website. I've heard a lot about special needs here today. So if someone has a children that's autistic, as an example, going forward, what we're looking to do is if you call 911, and we're working with the city of Miami, and in addition, the police department and the fire department, what's going to happen is that information is going to become available to the 911 center at Miami that answers that call, and they'll be able to then pass that information down to Key Biscayne. So that piece of information is voluntary, so citizens can provide any information, including pet information. For non-emergency, I think this becomes very beneficial because if your pet goes missing and you want the police to help you locate that pet, you can actually place a call to the non-emergency line, again, because it's not an emergency, and they can see that picture of that pet. And from there, they can advise the officers out in the field, here's what the pet looks like, and we know that this pet is missing. So that's what the solution provides at a really high level. With that being said, I'll let Bill Homer here, who's handled all of our deployments throughout the country for the past 9 years, walk us through a live scenario of how this works in real time, okay?
So again, Bill Homer, Director of Public Safety Services at Rave Mobile Safety. In my hand, I've got our application, and on screen, I'm going to shift over to what amounts to a dispatch view for Key Biscayne. This would be your entire general area of Key Biscayne that would be under your purview, of course. And I'll go ahead and just activate the system right now real quick.
So here I am.
Rave panic button, call received. Rave panic button, call received.
Right
Whose phone are you representing?
This that happened to be, yes.
Like in the community, whose phone are you?
So
You're the person who called it from your phone.
Right, I'm the first.
Everybody, you're the first responder. Okay, all right.
So this is what I'm seeing at the police station or at the fire department.
It went dead.
We know it's there.
I can't tell what it is that we're looking at.
It's the bottom window.
Basically, that is just the text message or push notification sent down. It would read what button was pressed, what time it was pressed, and indicate who actually pressed the button.
Your readout doesn't show location. It's
correct. That readout does not. This central command called Rave Command View does plot on the map to show the location. This is hosted, by the way. This is a hosted solution. You see, I'm running this off of the Wi-Fi in here now. So this could actually, in theory, run off in a mobile data terminal as well. So this map could be present virtually anywhere.
right.
In addition to that, we talked about the idea of calls coming in on a non-emergency basis and providing additional detail when those calls come in on those non-emergency basis. What I'll do here real quick is just pop up a simulation of a call being answered at
Kiteboarder.
There you go.
So in this particular instance, because I have a personal profile, when my number comes in, or any member of my family's number comes in to the dispatch, the 10-digit number at police dispatch, they will have a screen pop like this, which provides photo information, address details, including what the home looks like, floor plans, emergency cutoffs, things of that nature, but also information if it were medical related. I'm a fortunate folks here, and of the folks I've got no issues across my family to report on mine. But if there were, they'd be called out. That would be called out so that you could see that somebody has a particular medical issue that perhaps prevents them from being able to communicate effectively with you or what have you. Again, just giving some situational awareness to those calls. John's mention of a pet missing, or even a quick call of, it's not escalated to the point of, oh my goodness, but hey, I think my child might be missing. This would deliver a picture as well. So there's scenarios here that are non-emergent in nature that could provide additional detail to the call taker at the dispatch center.
How do you protect your data for things like medical?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of things in terms of protection of our data. We have a highly secure SOC 2 tier data centers located on each coast. So one we have backups, one California, one on the East Coast as well. We conduct annual pen tests, penetration testing, audits. We do everything that's conceivably possible to safeguard that data in terms of deliverability. In addition, the relationship that we endure with the citizen is that they are signing up for this voluntarily, understanding that it is only made available when they call. It's not searchable. I couldn't search it. There's no mechanism for anybody to search this information either with a phone number or with a name. It's just not done. Only when a call does come into the platform will it present itself. They can provide as much or as little information as they like. If they feel that they've got medical conditions that I know I might call one day and all of a sudden I didn't think it was an emergency and now all of a sudden it is an emergency. I'm sure if you ask the chief, things like that do happen from time to time. But in those instances, it would be nice for them to be able to pass off that information very quickly that it's available. But again, it's as much or as little as they'd like to submit, and it's only shared upon call.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a question?
No, I'd like to move the meeting quicker if we can and get into it. It's already 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, Mayor, is a presentation regarding Zika mosquito control.
Good evening, Council. Madam Mayor, just briefly, I would like to bring you up to speed on what we as a village staff has been doing regarding Zika and mosquito control. The big message here is engage. We can't do this on our own. We need everybody, literally everybody, every house, every organization within this community to take part. It starts with that adage that you've hopefully heard, which is drain and cover. Whether you're walking up your property and dumping out tops of garbage cans, anywhere there's standing water, kids' toys, anytime after it rains, we protect yourself and your families. The idea of Zika is a mosquito-borne illness, as we all know, and it can be prevented. And it doesn't last forever if you're impacted by it. As we know, it serves the greatest risk to pregnant women and women that will be pregnant. And there's recently a lot of discussion about very young children, 6 months or even newborns. Probably the most important thing besides the drain and cover message and protecting yourself is we got inundated with a number of calls saying there's too many mosquitoes on the key. What are you doing about it? And the reason we had all this infestation, I don't know, going back a month, 3 weeks ago, was we had some south and southwesterly winds. It brought in the saltwater marsh mosquito. Those are the ones that have been credited with taking down large animals. If you go out in the marsh or the mangroves, they'll follow you as a shadow behind you. We probably all had them. If the wind is still and the wind or comes out of the south and then it's still the next day, that's a problem. Instead of calling us, we welcome the calls, but we want people to call 311. If you call 311 and there is nothing on your phone, it's because you're on voice over IP, whether you knew it or not. And there's another number which you can get, just Google it, which is the 305-468-5402. I don't know if they could have made that any easier or not, but you got to call it. I tried to call from the village phone today. I couldn't get through. I called that number. I talked to the lady. I was on the phone for about 5 minutes, had a conversation with her, making sure that this was the number to call when there is a problem. Tweet it, Facebook it, social media it, get that out there. And the other piece to communicating that is there's an app. You can register on this app, or you can be an anonymous caller. And if there's, I think, something about mosquito inspection, you can kind of fill that card out, and you can get your information. So all this, I think there's a reporter in the room, and we'll make sure that she has that, and so she can get in the Islander News. That's been a big supporter of us. And just a couple other things of what we've done. We've had a conference call with the Condominium Presidents Association. We had over 20 representatives from different condos on the phone. We've had flyers made available to all the condos. We've canvassed the community. We did that over the weekend with the door-to-door for the Drain and Cover campaign. Public Works, my esteemed colleague, Chief Press, in the police department, is still head of Public Works with his trusty sidekick. Tony, where are you? And they are still the lead on the day-to-day operations of mosquitoes. And basically, our role in this is under emergency management. When Zika comes up, we'll be working with Miami-Dade County Health Department. I'm sure that we will be on top of it. Finally, we continue to have a preferred vendor, both for us and for the community. If anybody wants to do something on their properties, they're called Clark Environmental. And I said at the beginning, engage. This is all about our partners. We talked to the park in either direction. I'll talk about this one because it's easier. I spoke with the manager there on Monday. I know we spoke with the Condo Presidents Association, and they're doing their part too, where it's not protected from an environmental perspective, that direction. So, as in the state park.
Couple questions. One, are you contacting, or is there some kind of organized effort to mobilize the commercial district? Are we working with the chamber to do this, to inform, because the shopping centers and the standalone businesses may need help? And second, and the schools, and I don't know if they would be in that same zone, but second, there is a lot of standing water from here to the mainland, and it is in the swales, and people are extremely concerned.
That's exactly what I spoke to the park manager about, was that standing water. He told me that if it's sitting for more than 48 hours, which is the rule, they're treating it. And we have been in touch with the schools in the past. I will reach out to the schools again, and the chamber is somebody that I haven't talked to, but I will.
And one last question, and you've probably already done this, but do we have that phone number access in a good, easy to see on the website?
We will. We've blasted a number of constant contacts out. I will do
in case anyone goes to it.
Get back to it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Next item, Madam Mayor, is agenda approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Can I start this way and go, because there were a lot of hands that just went up? Yes.
Please.
Item number 1 would be under 10. I'm looking at 10D and 10E. 10D would be a discussion regarding the purchase of the Safe Air Vehicle Exhaust Removal System for the fire station. And if I may, and again, I'm overstepping myself, but 10E would be the MPDES local agreement. This is for floodplain management. Both of these are housekeeping, and they shouldn't take any time at all. But I would also, then I would also like to add, if I may, 11D, and that would be
11D2.
Yeah, 11D2. That would be the beach.
Okay.
And Colleen. I'm certain at 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I think it's Frank.
In deference to Gary's birthday, I would like to pull and defer till a later date the PACE board appointment, which is late in the evening and it's a long agenda. And I do hope that someone will bring up artificial turf for a discussion tonight.
It's not on.
Let me go, Luis, and then Gary.
I'd like to. I'd like to switch an item, number 7, which says discussion on community center expansion. I'm not ready for that tonight, and I'd like to take that out and put smart lights there. We need to give guidance to our manager and attorney in order for them to proceed to finish doing the contract, the new contract.
Yes, I would like to add an item under 11, wherever 11A, wherever it's appropriate, but certainly after 11A1, to discuss the Village Green yet one more time.
Okay, it would be 1110, since Vice Mayor removed the PACE program.
Right.
So Village Green.
Thank you.
Council members, any more changes?
Moved.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Madam Mayor, is consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
Would anyone like to pull an item? We good? Please call the question.
Favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Madam Mayor, is the first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 17 Noise of the Village Code of Ordinances by adding the definition of fuel and revising the definition of leaf blower in Section 17-1 definitions, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
That was Vice Mayor and De La Cruz?
Vice Mayor De La Cruz, no.
No, Vice Mayor and De La Cruz.
Yeah.
Where is it? These days.
We had an incident this morning that we want to make sure this gets done as quickly as possible.
That's so true.
Katie?
That is true.
You want me to speak to it?
Speak to this?
Sure. I brought this forth at two meetings ago, that it's been an issue that has been raised to me by some residents. I personally felt like it was an important thing to do for our community. And I'll just recap. I did some research. It is not just about the noise, it's about the air pollution, and it's about safety, as well as cleanup and debris of where things end up when people use leaf blowers. So I think I've sent some studies to people. The facts are that the air pollution from leaf blowers is 4 times the air pollution from automobiles, and the use of them, really, given our drive to move towards more eco-friendly practices, it seems like one of the first things that we could take a step forward on. I will tell you, I have yet to receive a response from someone that was negative about this idea. And I fully understand I understand that it will be a change of practice, but it shouldn't be an undue burden even to the companies that do business in our village, so.
Hold on 1 second. The one concern I would have, just because people sometimes don't, and I think generally everyone agrees in terms of the residents, but they may not focus on impacts until their gardener gets cited. So I am hoping that there is pretty wide education and some type of grace period, because I rarely see an electric leaf blower. I do see a lot of gas ones. Good for you. Good for you. So I just think.
And I think we spoke about a phase-in period. Chad, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Mayor, actually, the effective date of the ordinance is 180 days after adoption. That date can fluctuate, but we took the 180 days as the grace period.
Fair enough. But it has to go together with some kind of education and warning or what have you.
Sure. I think if that was the wish of the council, you could direct the manager and his staff to, put out a education type information packet.
I have one quick question, though.
Yes.
Who would enforce it? How do we enforce it?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
You call.
It would strictly be code enforcement folks?
Yeah.
And it would be easier than what we have in place, because we have actually a noise ordinance that requires them to come out and try to measure noise. And this way, it's literally the machine. So I think it would actually make things simpler.
Brett, did you have a
Yeah,
comment
just a
about
couple
this?
quick ones.
Yes.
What would be the penalty? Is that something that we should have in here, or does it refer to somewhere else in our code that there's certain penalties?
It refers to elsewhere in the code, but we could set a particular fine all the way up to $500.
Okay.
So per incident.
All right, and the other thing from I have no problems with passing this ordinance. The intent, I think, from the beginning was a few things. Air pollution was one, noise was another. The idea that people were blowing leaves into other yards and also clogging up different drainage systems, which cause flooding. A lot of these things, and when I read this, all I really got mostly out of this was the pollution of the air. And I don't know if we're missing a couple of things in here, because what I don't know about these types of systems, but an electric blower could possibly be louder than the gas one. I don't know. And do we have something in here to make sure we're getting that intent that you were looking for from the beginning?
Yes, Frank.
I had the same reaction. I want to do this. I think the recitals are great, but I think because it falls under the noise ordinance, we ought to mention that noise is abusive, in addition to these other justifications. But the ordinance as it is now already deals with a decibel limit and audible intrusion and whatnot. But what we don't cover is, call it debris trespass. And that's not for the noise ordinance. That's for somewhere else, and we probably need to think about that in connection with some zoning thinking that we have to do generally. So I would add a little predicate, noise abuse, and the only other thing I would do is suggest in the second whereas to eliminate the clause that says can emit pollutants, because I think we're really prescribing a certain type of machine, as you say, and the subjective question of whether it does or it doesn't only creates maybe an ambiguity that we really don't need. So with those two suggestions, I'm ready to go.
To eliminate the second whereas?
Second whereas, the words that can emit pollutants within the village.
So just eliminate those.
I think so.
Okay.
And you said you wanted to add a line in there about the noise.
Yeah. Yeah. But if we did nothing, these are already prescribed if they trip the noise.
It's already there.
The noise level. But what we're doing now is regulating a certain type of equipment. That's new.
Right. And we had a discussion of whether or not it should fall under the noise ordinance.
So the later question about debris and, you know, the mindlessness of this and clogging drains and the like is another discussion.
Yeah, because I'm guessing that the intent of this is really for fueled, powered blowers.
Yes.
But any type of blower can blow that stuff anywhere. So.
Yes.
No, I think, just to clarify, I mean, I think that Councilmember Petros wanted to really make a point to say that it was environmentally related, but with the backdrop that this is underneath the noise chapter, like what the Vice Mayor said. So it was inherent that you're already regulating leaf blowers because of the noise. But I think Councilmember Petros wanted to just exaggerate the point that it also has environmental impacts. Mm-hmm. So, but we can add whereas clauses as suggested. It's not a problem.
It's two words, and I think the whereases are perfect. They're great. It's appropriate justification for this.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the question? I think she was hoping the air was working.
I thought
the
air all of a sudden, but maybe it's the
It's the leaf blowers coming to attack us.
Need the air conditioner.
Okay, on the ordinance, on first reading, Councilmember Gross,
Yes.
Mayor Lindsay,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz.
Yes.
Ordinance is adopted on first reading. The second reading of this ordinance will be on August 29th. The next item, Madam Mayor, is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, repealing and replacing Chapter 10 floods relating to the village's floodplain management regulations, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
I need a motion first.
Moved.
Second.
De La Cruz, thank you. I'm sorry, Sergio.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Sergio Escunza, DVP Director. This is the second reading. We did itemize those major changes between first and second. They're in your memo. They're in the memo in your package, and I'm here to entertain any questions that you would like.
Quick observation, I had commented on this the last time, and I had made some comments. We spoke. My questions that caused me to react to the earlier draft were answered. They have to do with the uniformity and the notion of making this a more generic ordinance, easier to administrate by the people that administer it, and with less local variation. I get it. We need to do this, so my comments were satisfied.
Yes, Katie.
Do you want to just restate what has changed between the first and the second? So
Yes,
that
absolutely.
knows that?
So the 5 major points, the first one is called cumulative substantial improvement, and that's where we track improvements from permit to permit. The current ordinance has some flood zones tracking for 1 year, other flood zones tracking for 5 years. The proposal on first reading was to track everything for one year. The revised proposal for the second reading is to track costs on a permit-to-permit basis. So that's the only time period that we're going to track. And that's a mitigation, that's a way to mitigate those older homes that we don't want to track over a long period of time.
So you don't have a situation where a new roof all of a sudden triggers.
All you have to do is close out the permit and then.
And then
Yes.
you're done, you start back.
So whatever activity or whatever improvements are being covered by a single permit, and that permit alone does not exceed that 50% threshold, once you're done with that, you can
Start the next.
you can start another permit. Okay? So that helps, and that helps us out. The second major difference was the 50% threshold. We're rolling it back to 49, and that has a two-prong effect. One, many times we're dealing with 49.5, 49.6. So when you roll it back to 49%, we don't need to deal with that rounding off factor. There's also another 50% in the building code that has nothing to do related to flood, but it has to do with substantial improvement in the building code. It's also 50%. So if we keep it at 49, we kind of kill two birds with one stone in doing so. And it does get us some CRS points for doing that, and it doesn't create any impact whatsoever for that 1% less. Okay. Freeboard. On the current ordinance is just BFE for residential up until January 2018. Second reading, first reading said that we were going to add 2 feet for residential, 3 feet freeboard for commercial. The revised second reading is we're going to do BFE +1, which is the minimum required by our building code. So currently the building code for commercial is BFE +1. As of January 1st, the residential code will also have BFE +1. So we're simply doing what the minimum requirements for the code is for the whole state. Okay. Then we are designating a coastal A zone. That is not a flood elevation. That is just designating an area of our city, which we can do, to enhance the construction types in there. What we have chosen is a 600-foot strip along the shore, the Atlantic shore. All that area is built out, so it has no effect on those buildings that are existing. What it does do is that FEMA is currently undergoing, looking at expanding coastal A zones in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade County. And we'll be bringing forward some revised maps in the next couple of years. What we hope to do with this is designate this area as the community. So when FEMA comes around and says, well, our maps show that 80% of the island is a coastal A zone. And maybe because we have already adopted a different area, we can preempt FEMA coming in. No guarantees, but it's a strategy that we want to use for when that time comes. It gets us some CRS points today, but it doesn't affect the existing buildings that are there now. Most of those are all our condo high-rise buildings anyway. It does not affect any residential area. Okay. And lastly, engineered foundations. This was an easy one. We already engineer, because of the type of soils we have on the island, we already engineer all our foundations. So that's easy points that we get on CRS. It just has to be in our floodplain, so we can enforce it that way. But it's something we have been doing all along anyway. So that's basically the 5 major differences between first and second reading.
Quick question.
Yes, please.
Okay. On page 48, I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly, because I think when we met, what I understood is that we're going to follow whatever the Florida Building Code is going to require, or we're going to go +1 or whatever the Florida Building Code.
Whatever the Florida Building Code is going to require, which is going to be BFE +1.
Okay, so two questions then come up. One, we're going for this new rating, or not the new rating, but they're coming to look at us over the summer to look at if we can reduce our point rating system. And if the Florida Building Code has not been in place with the +1, are we still going to be showing that we're going to be +1?
Yes.
Okay.
So what's happening with the residential only, between adoption or 3 months after adoption, because we are adding a 3-month grace period. So between the last 3 months of the year, we are going to add the BFE +1 for residential.
Okay.
And then as of January 1st, it's going to be the same as what the residential code is going to have in force throughout the state.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I was trying to read it here in this paragraph on page 48, number 3, A. When I read it, it just wasn't 100% clear to me I have to read it again, but if it was Florida Building Code residential plus 1 foot, is that comma just saying that we're going to be plus 1 foot and then we're going to match whatever Florida Building Code is? What I'm hearing from you, I just want to make sure in writing that we understand it that way. It's not that when Florida Building Code adds the plus 1, we're going to be plus 1 on top of that.
Yes, I think that's what this says.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Whatever BFE is,
plus
1.
Okay.
Not a plus 1 on top of that.
All right.
For the time being, before the code is enacted, we are going to do the same plus 1. Once the code is in force on January 1st, it will remain plus 1.
Correct. Yeah, that's, yes, Katie.
Just point of clarification, because he helped me with this today. One of the things that was confusing me was what is BFE? And we're actually dealing with the state BFE, and then our code is going to be the state's BFE plus 1, but that becomes our village's BFE. So what this does mean is that homes will be a foot higher. So just so that we know that when we adopt this.
But it's the same thing that will be required anyway by the state building code.
Yes.
Right.
And that's a foot higher off the ground to start, but not a foot taller.
Yes, it is. A
Yes,
foot taller
It's a
too.
foot taller at the top.
It's a foot all the way around.
Yeah, the zoning code is correlated, so the 35 feet maximum does move up as well.
But we may want to discuss all of those impacts and that in later.
Yeah, we will.
We'll have to.
But that, just so that we know for our residents,
convene maybe
our zoning is based on our village BFE, which is the state BFE plus 1, once we adopt this.
We will have to.
Venus work.
We will have to talk about that. I mean, I've mentioned this to all of us from the last ZORC. One of the, I would say, major aspirations was proportionality, and this will affect streetscape and proportionality. We came to face this during the flood ordinance workshop. It just is. It is a change in our reality.
We have new set of rules, a new set of challenges, so we're going to have to revisit in a holistic and thoughtful
way. That's right. Which brings me to one question, exactly one. It's the non-conforming use question, and specifically whether it would be prudent for us or maybe harmful for us in terms of our rating to have a grandfather clause in this ordinance, exempting from the effect of this ordinance everything that was built under the old ordinance. It may be self-evident as a legal proposition. Does it help?
I don't know how. I don't think that FEMA would do that, but there's a way around that, and that is in the way that we are tracking that cumulative substantial improvement. If those homes never reach that 50% threshold, then they don't have to worry about raising their home. And the fact that we're tracking substantial improvement on a permit to permit will help mitigate that.
I'll tell you I get that. Here's my specific maybe focus in asking this question. It's Katie's buyer's mortgagee. Okay? It's whoever's underwriting your buyer for a mortgage loan. Will it be more self-evidently clear because the ordinance says Katie's home is exempt from the effect of this ordinance if it says that?
What happened with the Biggert Waters of 2012 was that all the pre-construction prior to the Act of 1968, they were basically grandfathered in. They enjoyed less expensive flood insurance premiums. With the Biggert Water, that kind of went away. So I think that we will be up against a federal act and FEMA if those homes were to substantially improve past that 50% threshold at any one time.
I'm talking more about appearance than reality. This is really an underwriting question.
Yeah, but okay, so it's not an insurance questions, because insurance is still going to be based upon the actual elevation of the
BFE,
house.
yeah.
And they're going to change insurance requirements regardless of what we do. So a house that is already built is going to be at a particular elevation, and we can't exempt that house from insurance underwriting principles. There's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, so FEMA is always going to write it at BFE, whatever BFE is in the maps at the time. If the community has adopted BFE +1, that will put them in an advantageous position, because then that means their flood insurance.
And there's really nothing you can do about it.
It's really a different question, and I think I've answered my own question to my personal satisfaction, because the answer is that it is what it will be.
Right.
And it really depends on the National Flood Insurance Program saying what it needs to say, not what our ordinance says.
Correct.
I've got one more question. Substantial damage. So does this mean if we have a major storm and someone's home, let's say it's worth $200,000 and it incurred damage equal to $110,000, they're going to have to knock the whole damn thing down and rebuild it because it falls within, they can't possibly raise it up because it's an old house, so they have to knock it down and rebuild a new house?
That would be one option, but they could also do things to raise it. If you, let's say, for example, you lost your roof, the entire roof, which is very possible, you could actually raise the floor at that time because you're able to raise
Or you could
the walls.
replace the roof.
Yeah.
If you replace the roof, you can actually
raise it.
Another floor up.
Well, like, for example, some of the old Mackle houses that have been remodeled, they're like ground level.
Yep.
They'd have to come up 4 or 5 feet in order to satisfy
about
this
my house?
requirement. Of course. I'm looking out for you all the time. They'd have to come up much more than they could possibly come up to without just basically knocking it down and rebuilding it. And I think we should absolutely have some kind of an exception. There's a major difference in my mind between somebody voluntarily remodeling their house and having a huge damage done to it beyond their control, and then having to fall under this requirement. I think that's totally unfair.
But the issue is what FEMA will allow, not what we will allow.
Yeah, that substantial damage rule does come from FEMA. It is based on an appraised value prior to the damage condition. So it doesn't necessarily need to go by the assessed value with the county taxes present.
I understand, but appraised value prior to the damage is a very arbitrary kind of a judgment call, and there's no standard that I can find anywhere for determining what the value of a home is based on 60-year-old homes. So maybe it's a very tiny number. I don't know. I think this could create a major hardship for people.
It's definitely an inequity. But there's another answer, which unfortunately doesn't apply for everyone across the board. It's not to have flood insurance. To just...
It's a FEMA issue.
I know.
It's not, it's not,
I understand.
You know, we have to lobby the federal government to change that particular predicament.
Well, FEMA will let you build 49% of your house back.
49% of your
Only
house.
40
And open another one.
No,
Perfect.
At times, you keep getting 49%, never get to 100.
They'll let you build 49%.
Just do one permit at a time.
But you never get to 100.
But, you know, Gary raises
One
a
room at
point
a
of
time.
equity, but we can't do anything about
We
that.
can't do anything about it.
That portion you cannot. That's part of the NFIP, and that's a national act.
We're screwed. I'm screwed. I hope it never happens.
So we got to do this, and we got to visit our code.
So we need to strengthen those homes via permits before it gets to a damaged state.
This is second reading of the ordinance. I'd like to open public comment.
I don't have any speakers signed up, Madam Mayor.
I'll close the public. Are you sure, Ed? I see.
Can I just have one point of clarification?
Yes, please, please.
Where, from what point would you measure height under our zoning code once this is in place?
Whatever, BFE. So BFE +1 becomes BFE in the zoning code.
Yep.
And the zoning code says that.
We don't have to amend the code.
No. No.
I think it does say that.
Yeah.
It defines what BFE is in our code, and BFE is whatever we say it is in this code here.
Right.
And which is BFE plus
It
1.
refers back to whatever the BFE is. But if you look at the definition of BFE in the flood ordinance, it's described as what the datum is on the FEMA map.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so that's not plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay?
So we have two
I
different
just wanna-
BFE
I-
definitions.
Yeah, I just
You need
want
to
to be
define it.
clear. I just want to be clear that
Needs to be consistent and clear.
are we, when this goes into effect and somebody is designing their home, are they going to go, let's say it's 30 feet, I don't remember the height, but let's say it's 30 feet. Is it from the new first floor or is it from BFE?
It's from
Because
our
you-
BFE.
No, our,
Yeah, which will be plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
I think
it's not our BFE. In other words, your BFE is BFE, whatever it is.
No,
Now
it's
we're
not.
saying
That's
plus
what he's
one.
saying. It's not. There's two things that are BFE, and
Okay.
one is 1 foot higher than the other.
So the definition of BFE in our zoning code is whatever's adopted in our ordinance.
That's correct.
Our ordinance is going to be BFE plus 1. That's going to be the new BFE
That says the datum.
equal.
The new KB BFE.
Could we,
KB BFE.
and maybe we need to go to the zoning and change the name of it, and just so it's clear.
It is going to have to, it needs to be clear.
Yeah.
That's,
I'd like to ask that we call it the KB BFE.
Yeah. Call it lowest floor or something. I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Yeah, we looked at that and
will we have that clear enough for it not,
It's not clear to me, but apparently everybody else
Well,
it is.
I had this conversation with him today because I was confused, just like you are.
I'm confused.
so, but then it needs to be articulated clearly. I mean, if you guys are confused,
In the zoning code, it has to be articulated
BFE
clearly.
doesn't move. BFE
Right.
is established. You all are deciding because of different reasons to go a foot
that
above BFE.
our new BFE is.
No, don't call it your new BFE. Your BFE is there. It's established on a FEMA map.
That's not how he's stating it, though.
All we need to do is go to the zoning code and
if you
change
go
the name of
1
it.
foot higher, that's fine. But it's described as BFE plus 1.
Sure.
Yeah.
All we need to do, I think, is go to the zoning code and change the name of the BFE and call it something else, which would refer to this.
we can do that, but I don't think we have to.
Okay, as long as that is, so in essence, we're gonna be going, you measure your property and you're gonna be 1 foot higher than you would otherwise be at today.
Yes.
You have to build it 1 foot higher than we have today, and you can build it, you have to start 1 foot higher and you can build it 1 foot higher.
Right.
But you and you're both saying something different.
I know.
So we need to.
And that concerns me.
What I'm saying is BFE doesn't change. Okay, BFE is the base flood elevation as established on the FEMA. And we're deciding that our first floor are gonna begin at BFE plus 1. It doesn't mean that we have a different BFE than City of Miami or anybody else. If you're in that map section, the BFE is established.
Fair enough.
Okay, so understand that your zoning code says you measure from BFE, not BFE plus 1.
But should we have then our building director come back with something in August to clarify that piece
I think it should be
in the
clarified.
zoning?
I think it should be clarified. I don't think it's as clear as everybody thinks it is.
But I don't think it needs to be clarified in this particular ordinance. It
No,
needs to
it
be
doesn't.
clarified in the zoning
It doesn't.
ordinance,
It
which can come
doesn't
back
need
in
to be
August.
done.
Okay.
We can make this less confusing if we
Yes.
need to, but here's why it works. BFE is defined here. The zoning code picks up BFE as defined here.
Yes.
If we choose to do nothing at all, that's the reality. So if we're confused about it, we can address it.
But if there's a way of clarifying so there's less confusion to the public and where you don't have delayed permitting or suits or what have you, and it's an easy fix if identified, we need to bring it
No
back
problem.
and fix it.
No
We
problem.
can't leave an ambiguity.
No problem.
I agree.
Yeah, just propose whatever change we need to make the next time around, that's all.
We do have a public statement. You have to come to
You
the,
already closed the public hearing, Madam Mayor.
sorry, you know what, I did close it. Ceci?
Sorry, Ceci.
Sorry.
Yes, the mayor already closed the public hearing.
Yes, he will
Ceci.
explain it. He'll explain it in September.
No, it's a secret.
August.
I'm sorry, I just,
Does bringing this back mean we don't have to talk about this anymore tonight?
Possibly.
That'd be great.
Well, I think we're ready to vote on that. I'm ready to vote.
Call it.
Yeah.
On adopting the ordinance on second reading, Mayor Lindsay?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gross?
Why not?
That's not an answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bravo, thank you.
Next item, Madam Mayor, is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2014-03 to reduce the members of the Education Advisory Board from 9 to 7 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
This is an ordinance. I'd like to open public comments.
I have no speakers present, Madam Mayor.
Close public comments. Do you have any questions?
Let's call it.
I have one
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
In terms of the jurisdiction, and Allison and Brett, I want you, I don't know, if, do you feel that the study, evaluate, make recommendations to the village regarding the establishment modification of the compacts or other agreements between the village and Miami-Dade, do you find that this is?
I think the only thing that was changed in the ordinance was the number.
Was
of
the number.
members.
Yeah.
The rest is the same.
That was the
Because,
only-
yeah.
just the number.
Right. The rest is what it's in the books.
From 9 to 7 is all that was changed.
Yeah, you said that the study of the compact and exploring the compact?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Study, evaluate, make recommendations regarding establishment and modifications of compact and other agreements.
I think that's what the board did at the beginning stages when we adopted it, and now we're in the implementations of it.
And I thought we had moved further along. I thought
Sure.
it was an opportunity to really, because you're no longer, so in reading the full document, I thought that this would be the opportunity and we can bring it back at second reading, but we need to.
This is already
The second reading.
Oh, shoot.
Then you'd have to change it now. What is it that you want to change?
Just take out the
Establishment modification, change it to implementation.
Yep.
Where is that?
implementation, yep.
Page 3, 5A1.
Regarding implementation. Fine, that's good.
You want to take out 5A1?
No,
No, just where it says establishment/modification, change it to implementation,
Okay.
because they've already,
And it was just on review and I should have caught it beforehand, but,
sounds good.
fair enough.
So as amended?
Okay. On the ordinance as amended on second reading, Councilmember McCormick?
yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gross?
Yes.
Mayor Lindsay?
Yes.
Ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item, Madam Mayor, is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating an underground utility task force, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Was that Councilmember McCormick who seconded? Oh, Mayor Lindsay, thank you.
Okay. Let me open this ordinance for public comment.
I don't have any speakers signed up for this ordinance, Madam Mayor.
We will be closing public comment. Council members?
Call it.
Wait. Yes, yes.
I just had a question about this. Is it possible to try to move this task force along a little bit before waiting till we come back in August? Like, can we appoint a liaison and you appoint?
The liaison was already appointed.
I tried to move it along, and I actually,
Can we appoint, can you appoint people? Can they start working like over the summer with John? Is it?
We would have to maybe have a special meeting unless we have all the names, but I know there's probably more than.
There are more than 7.
Yeah.
And I actually reached out to you to try to set up a sunshine meeting. You would be the liaison. So then for us, we're going to have to bring, I was trying to do it beforehand, too
That's my
busy.
fault.
No, and that life happens and that's fine because I was concerned about that. But I think it's important to do it during the summer because we will
For
lose
them to
2
be
months.
working.
Absolutely. So,
Could we have a special meeting before, if we needed one, a very short one to appoint the,
Does it have to be in a meeting you're appointing?
it does have, you have to,
only 4 of us have to get together to get it going?
We could do that. I'll be around. We could do that.
but yeah, that was a concern. I share that concern.
Yeah, we can
That's
do it
not
within a
part of
week
the
or so.
ordinance though right
Okay.
now.
John, would that be helpful to you to be,
It's another
have them?
discussion.
Yes.
Now, the one question I did have, and I know we discussed it, but did you find that the jurisdiction or the task for this utility task force is clear enough and broad enough?
Well, I think it's very broad when I read it.
Clear enough.
I think so. I mean, I think that, we can make it, I think if we try to be too concise, it might not leave room for them to, because we really don't know what we're going to encounter, and we really need to use them as an advisory, at an advisory capacity. So, and I think they're at the will of what the council wants to look at. So, for me, like it broad, and we should direct
we give them guidance
and give them the guidance of what we want to see. And I really want to push our council to be very strict of, okay, this is what we want you to look at, and this is our time frame. We need to have this back by this time, or we need you to see these 3 things right now. Don't let this just kind of go out there and float around. We need to be very specific and when we need them, when our deadline is, and what we need them to see. And I think as long as we do that, it'll be fine.
Katie and then Allison.
A question about our task force, because one of the big questions, not to be redundant, is financing. And is this something that you see the task force looking at, or is this another thing that we could be analyzing over the summer to come up with some alternatives? Because we need to answer that question very soon.
Very soon.
Yeah, for sure. I think the task force should be looking at this. The way I see the task force is that this is going to require a lot of time that the council really doesn't have, because we have so many other business to attend within the village. So we should push this over to people who have expertise, people who have connections, people who know other people in the community, to really dig deep and bring back that information to us, and really be the people who help us up here understand what to do next. And that's what I see, how these guys will function, how this group will function.
How do we create a priority list and a timeline?
That was going to be what I said next. Does it make sense then to have, for each of us to kind of have put together our ideas of what their first steps should be that they do over the summer when we come for the special meeting to appoint?
We've discussed the priority. The priority remains the same for me. Financing and public information. Those are the first 2 things that must be tackled, agreed upon, or a plan in place so that we can present. Those are the first 2 things, and it's been that way from the beginning. It was affirmed by our visit to the town of Palm Beach, and it was affirmed in our feasibility study.
Yes, I have a comment to make.
Yes.
Someone who was asked to be on this task force spent quite a bit of time talking to me about this, and basically what he said is, and this is a person with a very strong background in areas that you'd consider to be qualified to be a part of this, and he said to me, I will be very happy to be on a task force to help you identify an expert, an engineer, a consultant to do this study for the village. But I do not want to be on a task force of a bunch of volunteers to try to figure out something so complicated that we could really screw it up. He said, I think I'm very qualified, but I am totally unqualified to do this.
But that doesn't exclude us reaching out to other people to.
But why would we do this? The question is, if we're serious about this, if we're serious about undergrounding, why don't we hire an expert to lead the way? Why are we relying on a group of citizens? If they want to be involved in some way with an expert, fine. But I think we're approaching this entirely the wrong way.
No, well, I disagree. I think the task force is essential for us to get the message from the from the community and for the community to get the message from us. And also proceed to find the expert if that's what you want to do. And I think that's a great idea. But the task force, I believe, is essential in this.
Maybe I don't understand the
I
mission
see
of
it as a
the
separate thing.
I agree,
see it
and
as a
I think we have to have two, again, and we've had this discussion, you guys, we keep on having this discussion, two concurrent tracks. I still think we need highly qualified experts to be doing this, but the task force is absolutely essential. But for the things that we could reliably expect our residents to do, which is the finance component is great, the kind of grassroots, this is why we're doing it. We are engaging with community. We are doing our homework. We are bringing back what other communities have done. But I think it's unfair to delegate it any more than that. And Gary, I that's always been my concern with this.
Yeah. Well, it's unfair to what
delegate more.
We're not delegating anything.
They're not going to do any engineering or anything. We're going to hire.
This is only an advisory. This is an advisory task force.
That's it.
We're not delegating one thing here. We're making decisions.
Yeah, they're delegating it to give us the information for us to make the decision of which direction we want to go.
Okay.
Exactly.
So in a fact-finding capacity. Let's further define that. We are asking them to go and fact find for us on a couple of issues and come back. I still think, and which is agreeing with Gary, we're going to need a level of expertise and a plan that we're not going to have by the time they get back.
Right.
That they're just not blessed with.
And I think Brett is going to come up with something.
Well, then why don't we more narrowly define what we want this task force to do? Because to me, it's very open-ended, it's very broad, and I can't see how it can possibly help us achieve our goal. We need
It's a critical component, but it's not going to get us where we need to be.
It's not. And it has to be, in my mind, in conjunction with, like if this is a community outreach task force, that's a mission. That's something that I think we can have a group of our residents do for us. But we also have to have a completely qualified, experienced, technical expert leading the charge to help us develop this plan. We can't ask a group of residents to do that for us.
No, they're not going to. They're not going to put together.
Let's define it. How are we going to define it?
But we're going to hire someone to do our plan. That is 100%. We're going to do that. We already have the RFQ going. That is one thing. The
I'm confused. What are we asking this task force to do?
Task force we're asking is the amount of time that we're all going to need to take in order to do all this research and try to understand this project is tremendous.
I mean, we've discussed this.
And all this other stuff that we're going to have to do.
This jurisdiction
task force helps take that off of our plate.
It's very ambiguous.
It's not a bad idea for it to be ambiguous. We're going to give them the direction.
We're going to task them as soon as
we need to be communicating what we think the direction is right now. I mean,
I would say the number one thing right away is finance. And hiring an engineer is not going to give us anything on finance. There's a whole other component that's
finance is easy, right? Brett. We need to know how much it's going to cost, and then we can figure out how to finance it.
The city of Palm Beach.
The second one is how is it going to be distributed among the residents? There are a lot of people with different opinions of how, and we need people in the community who can go out there and speak about why and which is the best way to go. Very important piece that we need to figure out, which is also a very difficult thing, which is PR, right? But PR comes from the best from our residents, not from some engineer that's 5 hours away, comes down here and tries to tell you this is the way you should do it. The community's not going to care and listen to them. We need the people in the community to get into this that really have been in these meetings. And I think it's better than us that are up there, and they should advise us. And the amount of time that's going to take us to get all this information is going to be more than it's going to overwhelm us from all the other stuff that we have to do.
I got to tell you, I have no problem with the task force or community involvement in anything, but I think this has to start with a plan.
Sure.
We have to have someone that knows what they're doing with undergrounding, leading the way to help develop at least the bones of a plan. Then this task force, maybe in conjunction with whoever this is, can go out and do the outreaching part, the PR, if you want to call it PR or whatever.
Sure.
But it seems to me that this is so broad that it could go all over the place, including figuring out how to design it, what to put in it, and we don't have people that are qualified to do that.
No.
So we have to be more specific.
And just, I mean, this is not from thin air, right? So this is something that, talking to another community that has already gone through this was the first thing they did before they did anything. And they say it's one of the most critical and most important things that they had done because it really helped them get the project done. They went through a referendum. They won by only a few votes, and that was one of the most critical elements to get that passed and get the project going. So for me, I think that waiting to put a task force together, we're almost backwards from what they were, and they're getting the project done. So I want to make sure that we're doing it the correct way. They're only advising us. This task force is not going to be designing it. They should not be going to the engineers and telling you to put this and that and that. They should be coming to us and saying, guys, you wanted to know about financing? We interviewed all these people. We've looked at this option, this option, and this option. This is what we came up with, and this is why. And this is what we recommend. That's only your information. Then we understand what all of that information is, and we can make the decision. And we should task them what we need. The problem is that it's such a large project. I don't know. I can tell you the first 3 things that I want them to do. But after that, I'm not really sure what it's going to be. And that's why I said we should be very definitive, saying, okay, by October 15th, we want to know the best of this, this, and this, and bring us back that report. And then after that, they're going to sit there and say, well, what do you want next? We will know what the next thing is, and we'll task them the next time out. That's the way I see it.
Let's see what this is. I mean, and I'm not debating this or arguing the point at all, Brett, but I mean, you talk about financing a 30 or 40 million project, we have to go out for a bond issue. It's really very simple.
We don't have to go out for a bond issue.
Well, okay, we don't.
We could do special assessments and different other ways of doing it, which would be more expensive. But there's also ways of getting the project done easier. So that's what they should get into. Look at that and come back and tell us which way is the best way to do it. And then how do we deal with the public and what the public, we're not listening too much to what the public is worried about. I mean, we know it, but nobody's out there trying to get all this information together, bring it back to us and say,
That's
okay.
so vague. What does that mean? What does that mean? You can't put together a committee or a task force unless you tell them exactly what it is we want them to do. And I don't know what that is. So how are we going to communicate to whoever this group is? That's my only concern. We don't want a bunch of people randomly running around trying to gather information that we're not even sure what we want them to do. It's a non-starter.
So, folks, I'm going to have Frank talk. I suggest we table this and bring it after the manager's agenda.
Yeah, we've skidded till 10 o'clock. Real quick, we've wrestled with this, obviously. There's a little bit of deja vu associated with this. I think that I came to the conclusion that we should have done what Corradino wanted to do, and I don't think this Citizens Advisory Group can do quite that because it requires technology that they will not possess. But there are probably a number of elements within that scope of work that we suspended that they could do, and that's all relevant work. Just a suggestion to get the creative juices flowing about what we might direct them to do. What I'd be wary about, and what I really wanted to speak to, and not lose sight of this, is that I don't want to delegate the responsibility of going out into the public and talking about how costs are going to be apportioned. I think that is a major policy decision, and it's going to be sensitive, and we're going to have to manage it very nimbly. That's going to be on us. I don't see any alternative to that.
Sure, but it would be good for them to bring in what people are concerned about.
But this is chaos theory. If you start allowing mini charrettes on this subject or workshops on this subject, it is predictable what's going to happen. We need to be in front of this issue. I respectfully suggest that when we actually sharpen our own pencils and figure out what our most important task list includes, this is going to be near the top of the list.
Don't forget, within the next month, you're going to have proposals from a program manager, okay, who the purpose, the first part of what they're supposed to do for you is develop the program. What do you want? The extent of it, the scope of work, they're supposed to develop that entire program. As part of their responsibility, they are going to do probably charrettes and outreach and everything else so that they can appreciate what the community wants as part of, to incorporate into that program. So you're going to have a professional that you're going to hire that's going to be doing, I think, a large part of exactly what you may be asking this committee to do.
I understand, but I mean, frankly, I think we discussed this many times before, and I think we came to the conclusion that the task force was the way to go. And I don't think that the task force can hurt us, and we'll give them just how much we want them to help us with. And it is based upon another community's experience in what they went through. You know, if somebody has done something successfully, then maybe it's not a bad idea to look at what they're doing in order to because we have no idea, okay? And I think that we've already given the manager sufficient, direction, and he's gone out and done and preparing something that he's coming back to us with, that we will be able to get the expert involved, which is what Gary is concerned with. Okay. At the same time, I really don't think that I think the task force is a very valuable tool to get a lot of information from a lot of people that maybe all of us don't have all the time and effort, to do. I mean, we can do just so much. We have so many things that we get involved in that having this project, which is a major project, is going to be an issue.
Again, let's table this, please. Right. And do I have a motion to table in a second?
Move.
Thank you. And we'll bring it back because we need to.
Right. Mayor, even though I know it's past 10 p.m. and it's the manager's report, but we do have a time-sensitive item since this is my last regular council meeting. I would respectfully request that before we go to the manager's report, we appoint our next village clerk. You don't want to be without a clerk.
Fair enough.
Is that okay with everyone?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So then the next item is appointment by the Village Council of Jennifer Duque as next village clerk due to the retirement of current village clerk Conchita H. Alvarez. I need a motion.
Move. Second.
Who moved it?
I did.
Thank you.
And let the minutes reflect there was a little catch in your voice when you read that title. So what do we need to discuss? It's simply a selection.
It's simply a selection.
It's an appointment.
It's more than simply a selection. It's a wonderful selection.
Well, in an abundance of riches, in the midst of grave deprivation, I can't think of anyone I've worked with in the village that I respect higher, rely on more, appreciate more than Jennifer, with the possible exception of Conchita.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That's why I'm recommending her. I know her work ethics. She's already a certified municipal clerk, and she has done this before, and I think she did a great job, an impromptu great job, because it was when I underwent my surgeries. So.
If I may, good evening. Good evening. It's truly an honor to have been selected as your next village clerk. It's definitely a bittersweet moment for me. On the one hand, my almost 9 years of service here hasn't gone unnoticed. But on the other hand, I am going to miss terribly working with John,
he's behind you,
and Conchita. If it weren't for your strong support and guidance, I would not be here where I am today. So I would like to take this opportunity to present Conchita with a small token of appreciation. And if I may, I would like to read the award. The Village of Key Biscayne honors Conchita H. Alvarez, MMC, Village Clerk, today, Tuesday, June 13, 2017, with this award and recognition for her 24 years of exceptional professionalism and dedicated service to the citizens of the Village of Key Biscayne from 1993 to 2017.
Mayor, if I may.
Please.
You know, this council has three employees. It has the village attorney's office, it has the police manager's office, and it has the village clerk's office. And I have been privileged to be able to work with Conchita. I met with her anniversary. I've worked with Conchita for 24 years. Jenny and I spend a lot of time making sure that this council has the information that it needs to make the important decisions that it has to make. But it all starts with the village clerk. I couldn't be prouder. I've got goosebumps. Again, this has been a rough night for me from a first responder component. But that's not, no, we're not going to do a thing because I got so much to say at the retirement. I am going to miss Jenny for everything that she has given to this community and certainly everything that she's given to this council. It's going to be rough on us. But succession planning was always something that this council would direct. And I think we've got good people in place. We've got good replacements, and I think we've got a good path moving forward. So, Conchita, I love you. You.
Thank goodness for Mary Ann and Anna.
We need to vote on the appointment of Jenny.
I think we should take a roll call.
Okay. You're the first one, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz.
Yes.
Councilmember Gross.
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Lindsay.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Petros.
Yes.
Congratulations, Jenny.
Let the record reflect that we were enthusiastic in our unanimity, which doesn't happen very often.
I'm disappointed. I had recommended to John that he purchase for you a 3-minute clock for your retirement, but he failed to do so. I'm sorry for that.
Maybe it's not in the budget.
There you go.
Next item is the village manager.
Before you go on,
Yes.
Mayor, you had worked, I know, with Brett on a contract. Do you want to take that up tonight or not?
No, we don't. We do not have a contract. We have a letter, and I think we are working on it. And
Okay.
and we're not ready.
Okay.
It's imminent, but we want it to be perfect.
Are we going to have a
And-
contract?
Do we need
We
a
don't-
contract or no?
We haven't discussed the contract, have we?
There is no contract.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Okay. But no.
Okay.
You haven't seen a contract because there is none. That's why.
Okay, but I mean, Conchita never had a contract.
No, she
Why,
didn't.
Why are we going to change that?
Steve was asking. I think he was just asking. He didn't know.
Steve doesn't have a contract. Why would you?
We're not.
We're not. It's not.
Employment
He was doing a follow-up question.
I
That's it.
wondered, I know that Brett had worked on something with you and distributed it. I didn't want to overlook something if we were.
Thank you,
They're
Steve.
working on just an offer letter.
Great.
So next is the village manager's report. Motion to authorize the manager to enter into an agreement with Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. to prepare 530 Crandon Park construction plans.
Moved.
Second.
If I may, It is recommended that the Village Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the manager to expend funds to complete the installation of a new irrigation system on the Village Green. The village issued an invitation to bid number 2017-2 on May 8, 2017. The irrigation system designed for the Village Green will be consistent with the plans attached as Exhibit A. The bids will be opened on June 9th, 2017 at 2 p.m. The village and its irrigation consultant will review the submissions. A final resolution will be presented to the village and recommending contractor for the project tonight. That's why this was emailed to you after the council agendas went out. The cost for this irrigation system installation is $65,580, and the funding for this project has been allocated in the 2017 capital improvement plan.
Okay.
One, at the risk of being optimistic, this pertains to the turf field, right?
This is all areas other than the identified fields that we call Village Green South and Village Green North.
So other than those areas?
Everything in your diagram.
Which doesn't include the areas where the artificial turf.
Right. The irrigation.
That was my point.
The answer, he'll have the answer, I think. He'll have the answer.
Okay.
Sir?
So we're not, this is not the fields, the north and south field.
That's correct.
It's all the perimeter around the door, those walkways and things.
But it can be adjusted if you happen to be very optimistically right.
Right. Okay, so my optimism is I don't have anything further to say about it.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the manager to enter into an agreement with Calvin Giordano to prepare plans for 530 Crandon? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Allison seemed ambivalent, but I think she's...
The next item is still in the village manager's report, and it's regarding the beach renourishment.
And I would refer, if you don't mind, Mayor and Council, back to Councilmember Gross. This is to move forward with the proposal that was presented by Colleen and was discussed earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation, and I think everyone has met with her individually and now in a meeting. And I believe that at this point, it's time to make a motion to hire Colleen to be the lead, to take the lead on this major beach restoration project that we need so sorely to undertake and move quickly on.
So moved.
Second.
Move second, but sorry, I'm just walked in but yes, I have a couple discussion items about this.
Does Colleen do undergrounding of utilities?
All-purpose.
I'll ask her.
Mayor, if because this wasn't on the agenda, I think you should invite any public comment before you take any final action.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to open this item for public comment. Anyone? Close the public comment. So, I guess part of what I want to do we have to move to instruct the manager to enter into contract because it's over $50,000, or it's an hourly? What can we?
Thought it was.
I think it's because it's over 10,000.
Sorry.
I believe I saw the proposal a couple of weeks ago, so I don't remember precisely.
Yeah.
But yes, you need to authorize the manager to enter into any agreement that exceeds that amount. So I would suggest that although it's not before us at the moment, maybe somebody has the actual proposal, we should enter it into the record as accepting that proposal and having the manager enter into that and co-sign that proposal. Countersign.
Countersign. Okay. I just was concerned about making sure that we were executing that properly.
Yeah.
Yes, Frank.
And I think for purposes of our parliamentary process, Steve, because this wasn't on the agenda and because of our procedures and civility resolution, I think we need to have a determination that this is an emergency or whatever the word is. It's an urgent matter because time sensitive.
Does that require a motion, or do we just get us a consensus that it's an urgent matter that we need to do it?
I think it can be consensus.
I think it can be by consensus, sure.
Do we all agree that we need to hire her because it's important that we get it started by August, right? Right, yes.
In fact, do we need to hire just her?
That's what I was
Do we have, I know that it was contemplated under
She
her
recommended
agreement,
Tim.
and she recommended, I don't want to be in a place where we cannot move forward. I am glad to call a special meeting if that's what we need to do to line up our ducks. We have an August 1st
Don't know how much.
deadline.
Anything, right?
Yes, we do.
Blankenship?
Oh, blanket, no, we don't. You know, what I thought, and maybe this is
How
not
can
the
we get
way
that?
it's going to work, is that if we hire Colleen Associates to take the lead in this and be our chief consultant, she's going to pick, or at least recommend her picks for certain specific parts of this. And my question, I guess, is if she recommends someone, will they be working under her, or will they be working under the village? Do we have to actually, if she hires if she recommends a design engineer, for example, to do the major restoration plan that we're going to ultimately submit, do we have to then negotiate with this engineer and hire that engineer as an employee of the village or a contractor of the village, or can we do it under the umbrella of our contract with her? Because she submitted 2 proposals to us. One of those proposals, the first one, included hiring the key people that she wanted to bring on board to help her with this, and that would have been part of her contract. The second proposal, and I think that's the one we're voting on tonight, is strictly hiring her as our consultant without including anybody else in it. So does that put us in a different position than if we'd done a contract where she had her whole group with her?
How much is the contract that includes the other individuals?
It was, I believe, $150,000.
Is that something that we
The
can vote on?
the contract hiring just Colleen to take the lead, I think, was 50. Is that correct?
It was a 2-year contract, $50,000 per year with a $5,000 upfront retainer. Am I correct, Colleen? What we're looking at, it was $50,000 a year for 2 years with a $5,000 retainer up front. Yes. But that's just for her service.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I do.
Please come to
Yeah,
the,
So I
Yes.
texted Tim, and Tim says, you guys have this existing contract with EAC, that with the agreement of them, you can hire him
Yes.
already.
We can. That's
Okay?
correct.
And so what we're trying to do is get the feasibility study moving forward.
Yes.
SAP. And
and then we'll revisit this maybe in September and to go with the next phase.
And understand we can't somehow avoid the proper way to hire the engineering firms without going through a new proposal process is through.
EAC, we understand.
Yes, correct. Okay.
But how do we pay them, though?
How do you pay them?
Through,
They're going to submit to you in effect, a purchase order for the scope of their services, and we will approve it or not approve it.
We have to approve it now because
we can't.
We're not going to
We don't know what it is.
Okay, so we have to give him a certain latitude because we're not going to meet before August 28th.
Colleen, I just want to make sure you have the tools to be able to meet the August 1st deadline.
The only way
we can certainly engage
And that-
Colleen this evening. We now understand that of the 2 proposals, it's the more pure consultant proposal, okay? Now, in order to hire Tim, if you will, we need to, I suppose you can direct the manager to engage him for, I don't know what. We ought to describe to the
prepare the
manager what it
feasibility
is.
study.
She knows what it is.
To do the feasibility study, but we could do it up to the manager's discretionary amount. Without knowing more than that, we can't do more than that.
And that's my challenge.
So why don't we authorize him to retain Tim for this purpose, up to his discretionary amount, and we'll come back and supplement it depending on whatever his invoice is.
But under their contracts with,
How much is the
Is it 10,000? Is it 10,000?
It's really actually more than any contract over 2,500, but it is up to 10,000. So I think we can.
That's not going to be
Well,
enough.
it's
So
cer-
let's,
That's not enough for what we need the fellow to be involved with and getting together what she needs for August. We need to authorize more money because she already knows how much that's going to be more or less, don't you, Colleen?
Yes, so, it's likely to be somewhere,
Okay,
between 40.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me try to clarify. Anything over the threshold amounts, he needs your approval to do. Okay? Anything under the threshold amount, he could take on himself.
Threshold
So what I'm
amount is
saying is,
$10,000.
what I'm saying is, although I don't know that you want to give him a blank check, is you certainly could authorize him
Up to a certain amount.
engage Tim to prepare this feasibility study. And whatever the cost is, he's authorized to enter into that. We don't know what the cost is.
He knows.
So I would recommend an up to amount, as you
Yes.
said, maybe up to 60,000, and hopefully it'll come in less than that.
Is that good with
And
everybody?
that gives you wide latitude.
Well, I guess the question is, if we recommend up to 60, can you make absolutely sure that it'll only come in at $1,500 or
We'll give
something?
you up to 50,000.
But I mean, seriously, do you have, at this point, in having discussed this with Tim, do you have any idea of how much time it's going to take him or approximately what it might cost?
I think for the next 7 weeks, he's going to be working on it pretty hard, he and staff members. And so, I don't think that it would be, it's not going to be any less than 40,000. So it'll be somewhere between 40 and 60,000. If you want to give an up to 50,000.
This is the wrong way to do this.
so
How about actual based on his standard rates for the village, up to 50, whichever is less?
we actually, should we vote on the motion that is pending to hire our consultant?
First, and then.
That's
Tim
fine,
Blankenship?
but this is a tag team. You have to be in lockstep or this won't happen. And the reason that we need to do this is to meet this deadline.
Right, no doubt.
It's
Why are we always under the gun for deadlines and stuff like that when it comes to beach renourishment?
Well, this one's not our problem. It's the deadline
It's our
set.
problem, for sure.
It's not our, we didn't create the problem. If we want to wait another year.
No, I don't want
What
to.
is your concern?
Be rushed.
I don't want to wait. At one point, I don't want to be under the gun.
But what is your concern about, I mean, I recognize that it's unorthodox, but what are your
We have no
fears
idea how
of the
much
cost?
of the cost.
We've got an estimate.
Well, and you said that one of the reasons that we should hire him is because he has done a lot of the groundwork on this, and it would, in fact, be significantly less money using him than somebody else who would have to go gather all this information.
To clarify, I said it would be less time.
Less time.
I didn't have
Okay.
any idea at the time when I said that how much it would cost.
Okay.
But presumably, because he's done a lot of this already.
And does he have a set hourly rate for the people within the firm that he works for?
Yes.
He does. I'm
Yes,
sure he does. But
yes.
how many hours do we think he's going to take? We have no idea. See? So, I mean,
So
we
what
should do
is-
it again, but at some point we need to standardize the way we do things.
I don't think that there's any way to pinpoint how much it's going to cost or how many hours it's going to take because under Colleen's supervision and guidance, he'll put together a feasibility study. And Colleen, you may say, well, we need this or we need that or need the other thing. He's not going to determine what the feasibility study shows. Colleen's going to work with him and help him determine it, and he'll follow her lead to a certain extent. So how can we?
You know what a feasibility study is going to require. Yes, she knows what
But
it's going
typically,
to
it
require.
is anywhere between 40 and 60,000. But I think you were going in the right direction with the hourly rate that's in the contract, with a cap on it.
Okay.
Let's do it. I mean, he'll account for his hours, and if it's less, it's less, and if it's not, he'll be up to 50, and if he needs more, he'll come back. But we won't get this done unless we act on this right now.
Yeah, it has to be both.
So the motion that I have on the floor right now is to hire Ms. Castile.
Yes.
So can we vote on that one first?
Yes.
Under the consultancy proposal, yes.
Right,
Yes.
right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now, do you want to make a motion about Tim Blankenship and EAC?
Move to have John engage Tim under the EAC agreement for the purpose of doing, not thinking about, but preparing for submission, a feasibility study, working with Colleen and under her direction for a fee based on his contractual rate and actual time expended plus cost per usual, up to $50,000. And to do all this by the August 1st submission date.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Okay, all those, do you need any more discussion on this?
I think we're ready to go.
So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Tim and I are meeting in the morning, so we'll get started on it.
Great,
Thank
wonderful.
You
Thank
can meet out on the beach.
you. That would be great.
Low tide.
Their imaginary.
Make sure it's still there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll get with you tomorrow, and I'll probably be meeting with Tim first thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a
If you
question.
need more things, try to give us like a couple weeks in advance.
When
Yes.
when
yes,
we
Coach.
tabled the ordinance for the underground utility force, it was for the next council meeting?
No, for
or it
today,
was
for right now.
Okay, so I
What's next?
Yes.
Is it next, or should we have?
No, we're still, I believe that,
Those were your John's two added items.
right, we're finished with them.
was there a third?
Yeah.
The third was Tim.
Oh, it's Tim. Okay.
The irrigation, Colleen and
There
Tim.
was one about the,
Yeah, the
Well,
irrigation.
the other two were resolutions.
okay.
The other two items that the manager added are resolutions. So under his report, he only added the beach. So I need a motion to remove the
Moved.
underground utility from the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
So
then,
you've gotten a bunch of recommendations. If anybody has any further,
Yes.
let them in.
And again, I invite residents, we've done this on several occasions. I think we've all heard from different residents. They've circulated resumes. And I think the point is, Gary, you had some concerns. You want to make sure that we are on track and that we are doing, is this scope, is this jurisdiction what you contemplate? Do you want to put limitations on it? Do you want to further define it?
I think the concern that we all should have is that we've seen occasions where committees maybe that were appointed that were not given very specific direction or goals or objectives have kind of gone rogue a little bit and not proven to be totally helpful. And I just want to make really sure, because this is extremely important, that we don't make that mistake here. I think we need to give very specific guidance to whoever this task force is as to exactly what we want them to do. And I don't get the feeling that we're quite ready to do that. So how do we appoint a task force that we have to direct if we really aren't ready to direct them because we don't know what
different directions at different times.
We can't be vague, Lucho. We got to make a completely specific list of things that we want this task force to do.
I don't think so.
And
I do.
I see them more as ambassadors, frankly.
Yes.
I see them more as ambassadors.
Yes.
And we hadn't quite, I think we need to be focusing on that.
So, okay, just from the meetings that I had of what the other task force did in the other community, one, they brought to the council some type of consensus of the majority of the residents. That was one important piece. They did not go out and start telling people what was going to happen before a policy decision was issued. A policy decision would have to be issued, and then we would task them then to be people who would explain what the decision was. Public outreach was a huge component of them. They informed their residents. They created a much more transparent process. They helped create the website in order for anybody to log on to the website and find out what was going at real time. They were telling you where they were. They did look at the finance options and recommend what would be the best way and the methodology as well on there. They did review the RFQs, the RFPs that were coming in from the engineer to make recommendations of which ones they thought would be the most suitable ones that would be for the council to decide on. And afterwards, they went into implementation mode. So once they got the finance passed, everything done, they have the money, they do monthly meetings and they continuously look at the schedule and the costs that the manager and the council want to see. And they tell us these are big meetings. I mean, they have everybody sitting there, the engineers, the finance people, everybody, and they want to know, where are we? Why are we behind on something? And they bring that to council and say, look, we met with them and this is what's going on. So they're going to keep us up to date with what's going on. It's going to help the manager. It's going to help council. And that's, if we want to put something like that in there, and then anything else that's directed by council, I'm fine with that.
I'm like at step 2. Did they interface with a PR firm, or what component of their government did they have? Because there are a lot of things that require resources that you're telling me, and I'm not sure that they can execute without identifying the resources they need.
And they don't have to execute. They're only advising us as a board.
But outreach and bringing back consensus, you have to have.
Well, first we need to make sure we have people on this committee or on this task force that know people in the community that can talk and bring back some type of consensus. But there is, when you do hire these firms, they do have components of PR built inside. They do the website, they come down, they work with the task force and work on the PR at the same time with us. And it's
so you're talking
together.
About the project manager firm.
Yes, yeah, they do PR.
The project, that's what I was to say. The project manager firm is going to give us direction for them.
Exactly.
That tell us we need this information, we need this handled, and they're probably going to be able to help us put together direction for these people. Is that
Yes, but the firm, I mean, an engineering, a large firm like the one that Kimberly Horn that we talked to, they're not going to have as much credibility when they're doing the PR as a task force would have. So having the task force there at the meetings, if they have a public meeting with the PR firm, having the task force there leading it is much more effective than having a company that we just hired to stand there and tell them, and you might have angry residents there. So you need to have some group there that is not the council that can help that process. So that's what I see would be the task. I know they're broad. I believe that what I would like to see is that we can define these very, very, laser focused for 3 months out. This is what we want. We want 3 things from you. That's it. Don't do anything else. We want those 3 things. Bring it back to me in 3 months because we need it. That's their task. And then when that task is over, we'll know that we're in the second session. Okay, we need more of this. This is your task for the next 2 months. Bring it back to us and recommend us this so we can make that policy decision. That's the way I see it.
Yes, Katie.
Do you feel comfortable, Brett, at this point, being able to, as our liaison, come up with maybe the first 4 tasks that you would want them to do, or what you'd want them to do over the summer before we came back to our next meeting, if something was to be selected? And completely separate from that, where are we in the RFQ process, and what is the timeline for actually being able to select a project manager that would work in tandem?
RFQ process, they're due in by July 26th.
So that's a great example right there. If we have this board together, we're going to be on a, I guess, whatever you want to call the summer
hiatus.
break. this group would be looking at it, and we come back in August, and they'll recommend us, look, we looked at all these different RFQs, and this is the ones that, these are the 3 that we think are the best, or these are the 2 that are the best that come out of there.
Wait, that's not what we put in the RFQ as part of the selection process.
That's not.
We can't just make it up now. I mean, there's a selection process in the RFQ. We can't say now, oh, you go interview these guys and tell us who to hire.
No, yeah,
so
that's.
Oh, because it has to go through the group with the pointing system?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, this is not for a committee to tell you who to hire.
But at some point, we have to make the decision of who we hire.
Yes, but it's
based on
a
recommendations.
recommendation
We
from
get experts
the
to.
committee and the staff.
Yeah.
The manager is going to bring us a recommendation.
This was designed to bring this back on August 29th. That's why the timing is July 26th. Then we go to.
I'm not sure the urgency to get the committee going. I think that the program managers, in all likelihood, going to tell you what it is that he needs from this council, and if you want to then give that to the committee to make those determinations for you and come back, you can do that. But to send them out and have a committee start looking at stuff that the program manager may say, I don't know why you wasted your time on that. We don't need that.
That's fine, but the only problem that I have is when you talk to the other community that did this,
yes,
they will tell you that was essential even to get the votes, to get the financing. I mean, it was essential to have that group there.
Okay, but
so what I'm worried about is that we outsource it all, and then when we go for a referendum for
you could certainly create them and appoint them now and give them direction. Right now, it's very wide open. You've actually, the way we have it is they're telling you what to do.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know that that's going to work.
Yes, Frank.
Other examples are always pertinent. I don't know the background in the case that you have studied and cited to and reported back to us on. I wonder whether we are just different. And I don't know, but here's why I wonder whether we are just different. We've been talking about this for years. Our power, as Ceci said, or somebody said, is sporadic for years. It goes out as reliably as it stays on in some areas. And it seems to me that we have come to the collective decision a long time ago that as soon as it's feasible, technologically, we should do this. And almost that we have no alternative but to do it because the power is so unreliable. I don't know whether that applied in the case that you've looked at and reported out on or not. And yes, there's value in proselytizing a desired result. I don't think we need that. I could be wrong, but I think we need the engineering survey. We need the technical data. We need a project manager to tell us how to do this and to cost it for us so that we can figure out how to finance it.
I see the value in the task force, and I completely agree with you. I see the value in the task force more in education and fact gathering for people to think about whether it's surveys, whether it's discussions and reporting on power outages, internet accessibility or slowness or lack of internet, the buried power lines, their views on what is aesthetic, their views, their priorities for their block, for their home, for the safety components, and gather that to do a study of how it's impacted property values and quality of life in other communities. That's where I see for now and where I feel comfortable. And I think there's tremendous value. And I think a PR cannot adequately do that outreach and elicit from our different social groups and residential groups and, just people that have different connections and different outreach capabilities. I think that's critical so that people really feel engaged and included and informed. That's where I see them as being really valuable. but I think the technical is something we need to do separately.
That's fine. And by the way, with the community, it's so scary, similar to ours. It's unbelievable. They've wanted to bury power lines for 25 years. They're getting hardening project right now. Now they're doing it.
Yeah.
They have half condos there, half houses. Exact same situation that we have. It's the exact same concerns that we have, that they're going through. It's very interesting to talk to them. They're larger than us, about 3 times the size, but
and they
very similar conditions as us. So, I don't have all the exact answers, but I know that they're breaking ground, I think, right now or in the next couple of months. And they've gone through this very, very difficult process in a pretty fairly quick time. And when you talk to the manager there, they'll tell you how essential that group was. And it still is. So, I can get more information from them and report back to you. But I still think that, and I understand the concern, it cannot be a committee that goes rogue and that can be more destructive than constructive for us. But and I agree that we need to be laser focused with them. They need to do this by this time. And if it's not working, I guess we can sunset it, and that's it.
Well, I would just like to suggest we hold off. We can select the committee. I don't care about that. But we hold off in deploying them until we find our project manager, talk to him, find out what he needs us to give him in the way of information, and then we can direct the committee. Because right now, none of us know what to tell the committee to do. And to start them doing whatever it is without us telling them what it is could create chaos, I think. So let's get the committee appointed and find
to
out.
have us look like we're punting might not build the trust that we need from our community.
On the subject of allocation of cost, I worry about that. We have to be careful about that.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, also with financing, we have someone that we work with that we know and trust as a consultant who I've personally met with to discuss financing, and I think she has most of the answers of the alternatives, and that's really the big thing that we need to make a decision on in order to move forward.
She actually made a preliminary presentation of I think 3 good options that we had.
So when are we going to tackle that?
When we have a price?
I think that was why it was preliminary, because we needed a more concrete price.
So we need to hire our program manager who's going to determine the price, and then we need to figure out how we're going to pay for that price?
Yes, in an equitable way.
So it sounds like we're gonna then go ahead and form this, but we're not going to deploy them right away. Yeah.
And I think that you'll need to, we don't need, I guess, from this conversation, a special meeting to actually populate the committee. So let's form the committee, and we'll come back in August, and we'll take a next step.
Yeah.
Let's put it on the agenda to appoint the committee in August.
Speak to the same community, get more information.
Please.
And you know what, Gary? Maybe I have you as a sunshine meeting, and we can call together.
Terrific.
Because I would like you to listen firsthand from them about the importance of it and what they actually do and what they did.
Yeah.
I think it's important.
I'm not minimizing the importance of it, and I'm all in favor of having this task force. I just don't want to deploy them before we can specifically tell them what we want them to do.
Sure.
And I think that once we hire the project manager and he gives us some guidance, it may kind of influence a little bit who we want to put on the committee.
Yeah.
It may direct us towards finding people with an expertise that we haven't even thought of yet. So I just want to make sure we do this right.
I understand.
So let's call it. Let's get this committee formed.
Okay. On the ordinance creating the utility task force committee. Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Petros.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz.
Yes.
Councilmember Gross.
Yes.
Mayor Lindsay.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Ordinance is adopted on second reading. The manager has told me that he has one resolution that is time sensitive, that it needs to be approved today. which is 10E, one of the ones that he added at the beginning of the meeting. So if, since it's 10 to 11, if we could go to that one, which is in front of you, it's the NPDES interlocal agreement.
This is a housekeeping resolution.
Right. Let me read the title, please. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement between the village, all co-permittees named in National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, permit number FLS 000003-003, and Miami-Dade County relating to costs and activities as a result of said permit, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you. This agreement needs to be to the Miami-Dade County Commission by June 30th, so that's why the urgency this evening. It is recommended that Council authorize the attached agreement, in which we have been participating in since 1993. The term of this interlocal agreement is for a 5-year period beginning October 1st and ending, October 1st, 2017, ending September 30th, 2022.
What is the purpose of this agreement?
Alicia?
Because it's way beyond my...
Myra, we voted on this 3 times, you and I. I think this is the last time we can vote on this.
This is stormwater discharge, but go ahead.
Okay.
This is a victory lap.
I think I'm looking at air and vehicle
No,
exhaust.
you're looking at it. It's the one that says NPDES.
Okay, so that's why it was not. It was not.
NPDES.
National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System.
Thank you.
So give us the lowdown.
Yes,
there.
please.
Good evening, sorry so late.
2 words.
2-minute lowdown. NPDES, you all have been participating in it since 1993. It's on a 5-year cycle. The county, we're a co-permittee of the county through FDEP. And it has to do with all the outfalls that we have throughout the village. And dealing with discharge, pollutants that are being controlled through best management practices that fall under this permit. The county performs monitoring for the village. They actually take sampling at the discharge points, and they give us that information to review and analyze the data, and hopefully find that we are discharging less pollutants every cycle. That is the goal. And some of the best management practices included under this permit are street sweeping, which you see often enough. Your landscape contractor also that is always cleaning the right-of-ways and the swales. The cycling, and any type of dumping that we do, we have to quantify. We have to report it annually to FDEP, and that's all part of this permit. Now, this agreement is just that, between us and the county, and they're going to continue performing this monitoring service for us.
And they will charge us annually $2,400 a year, and that's being recovered through our stormwater sewer.
Exactly.
So.
My apologies, I did not have this in front of me, and that's why I was looking at
No problem.
radically different document.
So let's do one of our favorite acronyms.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Good luck. Have a good evening.
Then we'll go to Resolution 10A, a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Brightview for installation of the village green irrigation system, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
I'm having a deja vu moment. Didn't we get halfway through this, or is this fresh?
This is fresh.
Okay. It is recommended the council approve the attached resolution authorizing the manager to expend the funds to complete the installation of the irrigation system around the village green. This is not covering the 2 athletic fields. This is all irrigation around the village green. This was first issued in an invitation to bid back in May of 2017. The final resolution with the recommended contractor and project amount shall be provided tonight. The funding for this project has been allocated in the 2017 capital improvement projects, and the numbers that we're dealing with tonight are $65,580. you received in email the updated resolution before tonight's meeting. It just wasn't ready for the council agenda.
We need to do it.
Any discussion?
Does this interface with the one on the Village Green?
The irrigation system, that entire irrigation system will be taken out, right? The one that's currently on the green? Yes, ma'am. Oh, well, yes, on the Village Green.
Okay.
One question on that.
Yes.
If, again, at the risk of being optimistic, something changes tonight relative to plastic grass on the Village Green, we would have to redesign the irrigation system, wouldn't we, for the fields, for the north and south field? We've been advised to do so, but it wouldn't be the same design as this design. Is that right? So that would happen next year.
Fair enough.
That question is correct, yes.
Okay.
As you kept talking, you
And if things don't go as I hope they will, then we have to do what we have to do, right?
Is this time sensitive?
Yes.
Why? Sorry, I would have asked you when you got up here, but you didn't quite make it.
Like watching you walk up and down.
It's long strides.
Depending on how I mean, as of now, we're getting ready to do the artificial fields, and we don't want those lines going underneath the artificial turf, which we can't get to them. This is an improvement of our irrigation system, a dramatic. We won't be irrigating our sidewalks anymore when this is done. It's what we've always needed out there at the Village Green. We're still operating on our original system.
And if what Frank said earlier, if there was a change to natural grass, we can just connect to this system anyways, and doesn't make any difference, this approval.
If you did it at any later point, you could come back at a substantially lower cost than this to add the laterals that would go back all the way across the field. I'd confirm that today.
Thank you.
In your improvements of these fields, are you resodding this summer the areas that are not supposed to be part of the artificial turf? Are you putting new sod on the surrounding areas?
The one area I've been looking at, well, I'm going to be resodding some over at St. Agnes and then at the area between the two playgrounds towards the community center. We just added irrigation there because that's why that grass never survived, and we've been waiting, and we want to try grass again there to see if it'll work. Made a lot of improvements with brick pavers and a bunch of stuff in that area, so that'll be our final improvement.
What a super idea.
This irrigation plan is not reflecting the dog park in it.
It
That has a
only
whole
has
other system
irrigation.
that's already been.
Yeah.
But it doesn't even look like the walkways. Is that exactly where the walkways? I don't know. It looks, well, maybe it does fit there. It might be fine. I can't tell. But.
He's an architect. He can't help himself.
If Frank gets his way, I hear you mention at some point along the way that you wanted already two separate systems for like the actual playing field versus the perimeter? Like, did I hear you say you were overwatering the areas that didn't need it to get to the field?
If we were to design it today, the way we would want it would be two different systems.
And this would be one of them, this one before us right now?
Yeah. Yes, because we would want to be able to differentiate the hours. Obviously, the field needs a lot more.
Todd, I'm a little confused. I thought we had redone the irrigation system when we redid the fields 2 years ago.
No, we didn't. If you,
I thought we had identified that irrigation was one of the key challenges we had.
that came out.
And
That came out from first a former company that we worked with did an evaluation, said it was enough. When it failed, when we hired the people from the Dolphins and the Palm Beach, they said, no, you need a closer radius for your heads to be effective.
That was one of our big misses with the fellow from Boston.
But I thought that was part of the design that they had actually, and that there had been some significant improvements.
I may be editorializing.
Dramatically improved.
Excuse me?
Drainage was dramatically improved.
I thought it.
Which may have been to the detriment of the field because it just drains so well.
I don't mean to editorialize, and correct me if I'm wrong, but very quickly, I think that we thought that the irrigation system, or had been advised that the irrigation system was at the very least adequate, and it came out subsequently that the better advice was that it wasn't.
Fair enough. So do we hold off on this because of?
I think that we can do this, and because if we retrofit grass, we will simply design an irrigation system to plug into this subsequently.
Call the question, please.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. If you want to continue, Madam Mayor, I need a motion to
Move for 15 and see how we do.
Okay.
Second.
I made him a promise.
Oh.
On his birthday.
That's why I removed the PACE board appointment.
It was so low.
So,
Can you do 10 or 15 minutes? 5?
Whatever.
Can we agree that we don't necessarily have to talk about the Crandon Fields, that we got enough?
oh, in 15 minutes, you're not going to get there.
Yeah, we can.
In our,
5.
Or 5 minutes.
5.
Let's hasten along
In 5
then.
minutes, we'll just do one resolution.
5.
Okay, and who made the motion?
Me.
Vice Mayor Kaplan, and second?
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye. Happy birthday, Gary.
Opposed? Motion
How about if I buy you a
carries.
drink in 10 minutes?
Next item, Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, encouraging business and special event permittees to replace styrofoam food service articles and single-use carry-out plastic bags with environmentally friendly alternatives, promoting other measures to reduce marine and environmental debris, providing for transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Yes, Brett.
Well, I was just going to say very quickly what Mike Davies said earlier about Michelle. She asked if we could put something in here about special events adding the recycling. But when I read this, I don't know if it should be here or it should be something completely separate, because here we're just talking about plastic bags, styrofoam.
We are, and I think this is a specific purpose.
So maybe this is something else we can come up with later down the road. And okay.
But we did speak to styrofoam. We just wanted to strengthen this because it was too jellyfish-like, speaking of jellyfish ingesting plastic bags, which reminds us, of course, of the Florida legislature, which put us in this place. So I think this is stronger. I included a direction letter or a draft of a letter that we could send out to the chamber and the businesses and all that so that we could lobby. You know.
I have to say, I like that in that letter, it also says in anticipation of us passing an ordinance, which I really like, because I think it does add some.
Yeah, it's going to come.
Yeah, yes. Just on this subject, which is not actually. Sorry, is it possible, Steve? Do you know where the Coral Gables litigation is on there?
The case is currently on appeal. So presumably they're still briefing it, and then it'll be set for oral argument. But it has not been, it hasn't been argued at this point.
Okay. And expectation on timeline?
Long.
It really depends. The briefing schedule is probably laid out. We can get you a definitive date, but when they set the oral argument is really up to the clerk of the court. So.
And legal now, what? Yeah. Has Publix voluntarily, did I hear that today?
Yes.
In Coral Gables? Only in Coral Gables.
To my knowledge. Only because of a newspaper story. Let's rock and roll.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Congratulations.
There you go.
Next item, Madam Mayor, a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, supplementing the procedures and civility resolution, Resolution 2016-27, reaffirming operational protocols for Village Council initiatives and coordination with the manager, reaffirming standards for transparency and reporting, providing for an effective date and possible sunset repeal.
Moved.
Second.
I intend this as a completely innocuous supplement to what we've done in the past. The point has been made that we're a team. We are a team. This has been a collective exercise. We simply wanted to recognize the desire for greater clarity about some of the procedures that attend our conduct of our business. We've done it in the past. We've done it as a team. There is nothing about this, in my view, that is incautious or radical or that adds or detracts anything that doesn't already exist. To the point that the mics made earlier about fluidity and flexibility, it has been that way. It will continue to be that way. We have always allowed each other deference and accommodated each other where we've had interests or particular projects, and we have always done so on the basis of credibility, trust, and confidence that we repose in each other, and that will continue. So we've been talking about this and spending more energy than I'd like to. I'd like to just do it and move on and not talk about it anymore. Just move on.
I have some amendments.
Allison had some amendments too, which I think are fine. And Myra, you had a couple I tried to accommodate last week. If you have further, let's hear them.
So, Allison, you sent some around.
I sent some around. I don't know if everyone saw it. I asked a change.
I would need another motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend 5 minutes.
Second.
Nope. I'm done.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
No, we have a minute and a half.
Okay.
Do you want to give your comments?
Yeah,
and we'll take
for me, I just wanted to add the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth whereas. After it says statements or pursue goals, I want to add beyond fact finding.
We've got them. We've got
everybody saw them.
Everybody got
them.
We don't need to rehash. I think let's call the question.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Please don't stop me.
Okay.
Okay. I would strike.
Where are we on this page? I mean, what?
Tab R.
Section 1, point 2.
I'm sorry?
Section 1, which is page 2.
Section 1.
The whole thing, or which one?
Number 2.
Number 2?
Number 2. I would strike, I would just leave, wait a minute. I would strike take on an initiative and leave implement decision unilaterally.
From where?
2?
For number 2.
Section 1, number 2, implement a decision unilaterally stays, take on an initiative she's proposing will go.
I think it limits exploratory.
That's fine.
I think section 3, or I'm sorry, point 3 contradicts point 8.
I don't think so. They speak to different things. Section 3 deals with point-to-point contact, primary responsibility to do X, Y, and Z. Point 8 says that we will comport ourselves in a manner compatible with the standing duties imposed on the council members. They're different. This says we do not violate the charter by saying that we act as a council as a whole. That is true. That's all 8 says.
Now I do need a motion.
Right. The village council is proceeding to the charter. I'll give the motion to extend.
Do I have a sec for how many minutes? 5 more minutes?
3 minutes?
We won't need 3 minutes.
1 minute?
I do have one business item before we break. I'd like to ask for a special meeting on the artificial turf because we won't get there tonight.
Excuse me?
We will not, unless we extend, discuss revisiting the decision to artificially turf the village green. And I think we ought to rethink that decision. But we will not get there tonight as things stand right now. Unless we extend.
I'm fine with extending it. I don't think there's that much to talk about.
I don't think there's that much to talk about either.
Just as soon get it over with.
I don't want to table this. This is on the table. This is on the floor. I think your comment at 2 is acceptable to me. Your comment to 8, I think, is just not correct.
Frank and Steve, a resolution on this, how does that affect how we actually operate as a council? I mean, in writing, in black and white, you know, ordinance is one level, charter is a much higher level, ordinance, and then a resolution. How strong is this in what we're doing right now? Just
you want to try it, or you want? I mean, me.
I think he asked Steve.
Yes, both of us.
Well, actually, ask both of you because you wrote it and you're the attorney. I'm just out of curiosity. I'm just wondering what kind of strength this has.
I see little difference between doing this as an ordinance as opposed to a resolution. An ordinance takes 2 readings. It's a little bit more formal and extended, but if you adopt this as part of the rules that you choose to govern yourself by, it's equally as important as it would be as an ordinance.
And the charter always supersedes whatever. I mean, the charter is the law that we follow, right?
You can't do anything by a rule of procedure that conflicts with or supersedes the charter. So even if it stated something in here that conflicted with the charter would prevail.
Our charter says we have a manager-managed form of government. We have a mayor that is the head of the village and has 5 enumerated powers, and everything else is council action by a whole.
And do you see this in any way that could be possibly putting us any of us into a position where we have no flexibility or little or less flexibility than we have right now before we pass something like this?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Because this is the way.
I think that this is wide open right now. He's asking me, does this in any way constrain the wide open process that is undertaken by everybody? The answer is yes.
Right now, I mean, if I ever go and speak to anybody outside of Key Biscayne, I always tell them, I'm not speaking for Key Biscayne. This is me personally. Let's talk. I always say that.
Right.
Now, isn't that already what we're supposed to be doing? I mean, because what I'm reading here is that that's what we should be doing.
Yes.
And is it right now without this? Is we can go there and say I represent Key Biscayne and this is what I want?
No.
Okay.
No, that would be
so we're not restricting anything on that side.
Not in my opinion. I think what we have always done is perfectly consistent with what's written here.
I see it as restrictive. I do. And I see it as restrictive.
And where do you see the restrictions, just so that we can?
You see it as what?
Restrictive.
Restrictive.
Unnecessarily restrictive.
How do you feel it's restrictive?
I think, frequently people are actually called or have a particular interest, and it's a fine line whether, how much exploratory before, where that line is. Sometimes you have to do research and before you can articulate it to the council, and I think it blurs that. It brings into question action that has been done traditionally, that is done all the time, and that we supplement. I think part of the interfacing with the manager I find a little challenging because it challenges some of his power, and while it says subject to the manager's executive oversight, he may not want that under 5.
Well, he has it whether he wants it or not. It's his job.
He may not want, excuse me, he may not want the help from the council member. Yes, it is subject to his oversight, but he may not want that.
That's always been the case, and that still is the case.
But it doesn't say that he's got that. I think it's dangerous. I mean, I don't think that's.
I disagree. So, I mean, we have to come to a decision.
What about the informative? Decide that if we go and do something, and then we have to inform the other council members, what you know, I know everybody's kind of doing their own, you know, you have to go and do your own thing because we can't talk to each other. How long do we have that we need to include everybody?
This has never been a problem. Rule of reason says that if you're transparent.
Why are we legislating?
Because it's a problem now. That's why.
So we came together and thought we need to remind ourselves of charter guidance and first principles of order. Simple as that. And that's what this intends to do.
You know, I think at some point we need to agree that something like this is the way that we should comport ourselves, you know, and it makes it easier if it's written down on paper than if it's not. Before, you know, the charter it's not specific about a lot of things.
Yeah.
And it's this sort of like interprets it to a certain extent, you know.
Where this becomes relevant is in the abuse. This doesn't change a thing about our regular standard operating procedure. If there's abuse,
it's sort of not a bad idea for people to be able to work on certain projects and such without knowing that somebody is parallel doing something probably different towards the same thing, as opposed to maybe having, you know, more communication with sunshine meetings or different things in order to, you know, I mean, I can cite several you know, examples. I'd rather not, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, we've all been here. We all know what the situation is.
I think we are tap dancing around a very important issue that goes further than a resolution could ever go. And I think we need to resolve some situations that dictate how we deal with each other and how we deal with things that we're doing. And I don't think this resolution is going to do it. I also think that we need to have a much better understanding of what we expect of each other, how we deal with each other, how we operate as a unit for the best interests of our community, as opposed to seeking glory, accolades, or anything else. And I think we need to get our act together. I really do. And I don't think this resolution is going to get us as far as we need to go. I think this is going to take a lot more conversation. I think we can be here for another hour talking about this. I think it's not time sensitive. And if I think you want to take one more bite at the apple as far as the Village Green is concerned.
I don't want to take one more bite at the apple of this. If we don't understand our responsibilities to each other, we're in big trouble. I don't agree with that. We know full well how we have to comport ourselves. But I think we've also come to a collective recognition that we need a reminder. And if somebody breaches this in an abusive way, there are remedies. That's always been the case.
Well, then I guess my question is, are we ready to vote on the resolution? Because if we're not, we need to talk about it some more. And if we need to talk about it some more, we're kind of out of time tonight.
I'm ready to vote.
So
I accept Myra's comment. I accept Allison's comment. They're fine with me. I don't have anything else to add.
What is the purpose of Section 5?
Section 5 recognizes the standard reality that every now and again, and it happens quite frequently, either the manager desires to work with somebody on a project, or somebody has expressed a special interest in doing so and has demonstrated to the satisfaction of his or her colleagues that they have the expertise, the background, the connections, something to add. So we put a little team together. That's what we do this all the time. So that's what Section 5 speaks to. That's fine. It's desirable. We just have to comport ourselves in the manner that we're supposed to comport ourselves. We have to talk to each other. We can't run amok. We can't take franchise that isn't granted. You know, these are self-evident things that I think we all know.
Frank, shall we take the word acting, where it says the acting village clerk? You will have a village clerk.
Yes, we should take that out.
Shall we take that one out?
Actually, I meant Section 5, not .5, but can you explain number 9?
Yes, don't interfere. when there's a delegation and it's working and council is satisfied and the manager is satisfied, leave it alone. Don't create confusion. Don't create conflict. Let it happen.
Now back to Section 5 that you didn't cover.
Section 5.
Yes, Section 5.
Section 5 was something that we had thought to leave to the next council, our successors, the decision to either keep this or amend it or kill it. Allison's revision of this flips it from you have to make a decision to perpetuate it, to it is perpetuated unless you make a decision to modify it or terminate it.
Well, that goes without saying. Any council can do a resolution at any time.
That's right.
That goes without saying.
That's right.
Because I got an email, but I was...
They're pretty simple. So one, Frank just said, that rather than just saying, we're the only people who need this, it's saying, we think this is a helpful tool for anyone sitting up here, and it therefore should continue. And at 6 months, rather than automatically sunsetting, at 6 months, it will come up automatically for review or revision, or whatever the next council wants to do. Another comment I had was adding in number 2 over here, section 1, will take on initiative beyond fact-finding or implement, but that doesn't matter. If you take out yours, we can take that out. I added beyond fact-finding on page 1 in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas statements or pursue goals. Again, same thing, beyond fact-finding. And then I also asked to add in section 1 of procedures, I asked to add a 12th procedure, that is the addition of a communal calendar managed by the clerk that has meetings that anyone is doing on behalf of village business, and additionally any scheduled sunshine meetings and I wish I had what I wrote, but it was
basically so that we can all keep in touch with what everybody's doing. Yeah.
So that you have you understand where people are going, what they're doing. Not that you're going to go with them because they're not sunshine meetings, but that you then also have an expectation of when you will be expecting what kind of feedback, and it just kind of, I think, would help, and we talked about this, help keep us all on the same page. So I asked that be added. I thought that was a positive thing that came out of our sunshine meeting, and I wanted it included here.
Most of the time, the clerk doesn't know the meetings that the council is
No,
having.
we would have to tell.
I mean, I think, and did you include the sending notices of all sunshine meetings?
I didn't, because instead I included it on the communal calendar, but we could add that too. We could add a 13th procedure where we direct the clerk to send email notification rather than just posting it downstairs when someone's having a sunshine meeting.
I think that's fine.
That would be 13th.
What?
So Myra's change is good at 2. That's all good with me.
Frank, why not just create a good mechanism that encompasses 10? Something good processes that encompass your concerns at 10, which I think is the crux of this resolution.
I think it's not the crux, and it's actually redundant of what's already in there, but it's a reminder that communication and transparency help us have that trust and confidence in each other. So the crux of this is really that we take actions as a whole, and he manages the village. That's the crux.
Anybody, in the end, anybody can go and meet with anybody. You're just not representing the entire village because a council has not voted on that action. So you can talk to anybody you want. You can discuss anything you want, but you can't say that this is representing. But I don't know how it was done previously when, if you went to go meet with the school board or something, did you have the consensus before, or did you go and do it yourself and then come back and represented the village at that time?
Yes.
It's more for you not to be representing that you're representing the council in total when that has not been decided. you know.
Sure, which is
But that
what we
goes
do
without
anyway, right?
saying.
Can I?
That goes without saying.
Well,
You don't-
I think, I mean, you know, Frank felt that it needed to be said, and I sort of agree. You know, I think it does need to be said at this point. You know, I just think we all need to remember it. That's all. You know, and it's just, you know, reminding ourselves of the way things should be. You know, and it's not going contra to the charter. It's interpreting it, you know, in a way that would maybe don't misinterpret it.
I think we should call this and call a question on the turf and go home, except I owe Gary a drink.
Can I do a roll call?
Yes.
Okay, on the civility resolution, Councilmember Gross,
No.
Mayor Lindsay,
No.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz.
Yes.
The resolution is approved.
I move we revisit the turf question, direct Todd to sod it.
You can't move it.
No, I can't, you're right.
It's a discussion.
No, it's got to be an action, or else we're going to be back home on the green.
I think this meeting
It
is
has
adjourned.
to be moved and seconded by
We're run out of time, guys.
people that voted for it.
And Gary introduced it, so we need another vote.
Another.
In order to continue the meeting, I need a unanimous.
We need a second from somebody who voted for it.
For what?
For
the artificial turf, but that happened back in June of last year, before we were even.
This is the project manager, I think the decision that was reached on April 18th, when Gary had introduced the concept of, let's resod again. And I think the conversation was great. I looked at the tape, that was the meeting I missed. But what it didn't cover is the idea that if you can resod once, you could resod 3 times. In the meantime, we have to do a better irrigation system, which we can do next year. And in the meantime, the fields will degrade. So we'll patch them, we'll repair them, we'll fix them, and we'll have grass.
But we can't even discuss this unless there's a.
No, there's not a second, and we don't have
But
a
a
motion.
person who voted the
Extend
no
time.
can't second it?
No.
Okay. You're far beyond the issue, if you will, of a motion for reconsideration. We're several meetings past these decisions. So the formality of a motion and who can make it really doesn't apply here.
We all have to remember.
It doesn't mean that somebody can't bring back an issue for discussion purposes.
Well, we could have the discussion.
No, the discussion would be to make a decision to tell him not to backhoe the grass.
Yeah, be very clear, and I've said it.
We already have a contract.
I've said it every time. I'm in
being
contract.
performed.
I'm in permitting, and as soon as I get those permits in my hand, I'm proceeding with the direction of council.
So we'd have to pay the guy who's doing the work because he's incurred cost. There's a consequence to every decision. If we want grass, we have an option. We thought that it was essential. It is not essential. That is just a mistake, in my opinion.
So I'm going to, let me just, listen, I think maybe a solution for this is to pass a resolution that says as soon as we have an alternative playing field, we revert back to natural
I have
grass.
already promised that I would do that.
So that's already done.
But it's not by way of resolution or what have you.
Can I make a comment since
Yes.
I brought this up in the
Yes,
first
Gary.
place?
And I need to.
And I want to make a
something up because I
very
was gonna bring
brief
something.
comment, okay? If I can do that.
Yeah, I know, but I was.
I know, but it's my thing here, okay? And I haven't
It's his
said a
item.
word about
It's his
it.
item.
All right?
You're not getting mad at me.
I'm not mad. I'm just, we have a very split opinion amongst the residents of our community who we are up here to represent in terms of whether or not we should have artificial grass or sod. Okay? We have a split opinion. We've heard passionate
You're right.
complaints and motions and pleadings and everything else from our people on both directions. I just want to remind us all of one thing. We bought the Village Green 2 years after we incorporated. We paid $10 million for a coconut farm when we had $9.5 million of total revenue coming in that year. The reason it was done was very simple. We wanted to make sure that we had a park, a green space in perpetuity for our entire community from now on and forevermore. And it was our only opportunity because there wasn't anything else. And that's why we did it. It became our playing fields because when we bought this, we had about 6,000 people living out here. We had kids that had an athletic program, and they were all able to participate, and everybody was happy. We now have 13,000 or 14,000 people out here. The grass died. It was killed. We hired experts to tell us what we could do. Every one of the people that we hired said the same thing. You can't have the amount of use on these grass fields for athletics that you're having right now because you can't sustain the grass, period. We had parents coming and saying, the village green is full of potholes. Our kids are going to break their ankles. They're going to break their legs. They can't play on this. So we had to make a decision. What do we do? Do we support our athletic program and make sure that all our kids can play, or do we sit up here trying to figure out what part of the athletic program we're going to cut out? So we made a decision at that point in time that the only solution was to have artificial turf. And I think it was the right decision. And I don't think anybody up here wants artificial turf. We don't love it. We like grass. But we did it to support our athletic program. And I guess the people that wanted that are now happy. But now we've got a lot of other people here that are saying and reminding us, this isn't just playing fields. This is our village green. This is our park. This is our recreation area. This is where we go out and bond with nature. And we can't do that anymore if we have plastic down there. So now there's the other side of the argument. So I just wanted to do one thing, one more time, so that our community, our residents, our constituents will understand what we're up against. And what I wanted to do was ask our Parks and Recreation Director to just come up here for a minute and say,
Do I have a motion to extend the meeting? I'm sorry, this is.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
5 minutes? 5 minutes.
To come up here and tell us where we stand right now if we were to make the decision to go back to natural grass. Would we have playing fields? Where would we be? Because I don't know, and I don't think anybody else knows either.
I want to bring something up, okay? We need to.
Are you done?
Are you done?
I am.
I'm sorry. Okay. We need to keep in mind, I was the one that least wanted to vote for this issue the last time. As a matter of fact, you convinced me to vote for it. So, I mean, that's the way.
I don't remember it that way.
That's the way it
I don't
went.
know that that's the case.
I don't remember it that way.
You said we have to do it. We have no choice. And I said, okay, well, and if you want to, we'll watch the thing together. But listen.
And you may have not been the least.
Keep this. I think we all, none of us wanted to. Okay, so I apologize. I didn't mean to say that I was more than anybody else. No one here wants artificial turf. Okay?
Correct.
Now, please keep in mind of this. We don't have the Crandon Fields anymore right now. We don't have lights on those Crandon Fields. They will not be coming back on, okay? That's what they've been told. We've been told.
Do we have any more access to the fields? Where are we with that?
We have access. We can't turn the lights on.
But you can use them in the summers, you can use them,
We
can use them.
We can use them in the summer, but we can't use them when we have our program. So you've got to keep in mind that we've lost, 20% of our physical plant? Okay? So it makes it that much more load on the village green. I'm just giving you reality, okay? I'm not trying to convince, because I don't want grass. I mean, I don't want turf, the artificial turf on the village green any more than anybody here wants. I don't want it. But I am realistic, and we made a decision, and we can't be making decisions and coming back on them all the time. We've got to make a decision and realize that we sometimes do things when we don't want to do them because we have no other choice. And you convinced me of that back then, and frankly, I made a choice back then, and now it's worse because we don't have the
I also think we need to keep in mind what position we'd be putting our village staff in, and the fact that they are the ones that have to implement what we're talking about. They're the ones that have to tell certain kids in our community and certain adults in our community that they can't be part of a sports program because we don't have the ability to schedule all of these different needs or wants that our community has. And I don't disagree with you. I I think all of us would be committed, even if it's 2 years from now or a year from now, if we found out that we actually had other fields that we could use, that we could meet the needs and demands and desires of our community, we would do it. But I don't see that right now. I don't see any guarantees. And I think, given that this decision was made a year and a half ago, that it would be unfair to a lot of people to go back on that thought at this point in time.
One thing, sorry, Frank, but I just want to throw this in. The last time that we sodded was a very interesting thing, because the experts that came up, I remember because I was sitting in the meeting, they said that you can't have that much wear on it. You just need to design it correctly. Then we said, okay, let's go ahead and put real turf down. They did that, but then you saw it turned, half of that field was turning brown before anybody stepped on it. And then they went out there, they used it, and started tearing up into little pieces. And then the same experts came back and said, oh, well, no, you can't have that much use on it anymore. So they started changing something. My stance on this is artificial turf would be the last resort. I still think the last try that we did wasn't even a successful try off the start. And I don't know what it would have been if it was done correctly. Maybe it would have held up. I don't know. That's the only reason why I still stand with going to do natural turf instead of artificial turf. But I know that now we're in a very tight timeline. I really don't know how that would affect anything.
We can end this now. My only premise is that we got bad advice. We got incomplete advice. It didn't work, and we reacted with futility. We can't continue this. That was our reaction. I think that was a mistake because there are other options. My only premise is we don't need a perfect field. We need an adequate field. We don't have to have potholes. It can be a little bit bare. We replace it as we go. We fix it as we need to, and we won't have to suffer the effect of a decision that was flawed in the first place, that nobody wants. So the premise that there was no alternative is a false premise. There is an alternative. And that we can end this discussion on that. Because I don't know what there's nothing else to say.
The discussion, if there is an alternative.
The alternative is to keep resodding and do the irrigation.
This community to consider it.
That's why you were good enough to bring it up.
Well, I mean, and I think that we need to find out, and maybe it won't take more than a couple of minutes. Is Todd still here? Yeah, come on up, Todd. You don't be afraid. Where are we? If we made a decision right now and said to you, we want to stay with the grass, forget the artificial turf, where would that put us in terms of our athletic program for this year and anything else you can think of? Is it possible?
You can always lay sod, and that's all that we would be doing. Well, I don't know if we could, because this is the last meeting, and you would have to make some authorization to company unknown.
But other than that actual implementation problem, Todd, do you feel it is at all possible to continuously have the athletic programs we currently have and the use that we currently have and resod 3 times a year? Like
3 times a year,
or 3 times, whatever.
That's
however often you need
just in grass.
to. How much downtime is there? How much use is it? How much? Just laying it out.
Just sod. No, I think if we did it, we would be resodding multiple times in the year. We would be more than once.
To sustain it, do you think it's sustainable at all with putting down, when there's a patch that's missing, putting down another piece and trying our hardest with the use that we have?
Every time you put down sod, you need to stay off the field. You could go with the lay and play, but you're going to spend, I would say you need to budget $400,000 or $500,000 a year just for the lay and play sod, so you could put that down throughout on the fields. There's the 3 things that we need to address. We've talked about it: irrigation, maintenance, and the use. I don't see that we'd be addressing any of those. We got a recommendation from the Dolphins and them that we need to, if we want to maintain these, we need to hire full-time staff. Of course, that's something we haven't been moving forward with because this was approved and we knew it was coming before you. You could, I mean, I guess I would need direction as to what could be done. I don't even know, to be honest, everything that could be done to make it feasible.
Basically, all you do is take the existing field out there, just put some more sod on it for now, and you would have to wait for next summer to actually do something more serious, where you do irrigation and grading and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. So
and it will definitely be torn up, because if you're just laying sod, it's going to get torn up for sure. Todd or sod.
Yeah. So,
but do you? I think the question that I'm trying to get at is: do you think that there would, in order to keep grass there, do you think we have to cut our athletic program numbers down?
With something,
going to be reducing the amount of playing time anyway. We're going to have to turn these over frequently. All right? I've asked you all to consider the information that was given to us, and I will have him out here next Tuesday night at the budget workshop. But our insurance carrier has told us that we're facing issues. So whatever we do, we've almost got to stop and decide what the next step is, take the next step, let the growing season, which is already passing us by, start all over again. But I've been very, very clear and transparent with the council. We've had other issues besides putting green grass on brown dirt.
Could we do sand fields?
Yeah.
People do it. I mean, my only concern is that this would be our third time doing this. And I'm going to go back tomorrow, and people are going to say to me, this is the third time that we went to a meeting, said you were going to do X, didn't do, we thought it was approved.
I have to tell you, I have to bring up that at the League of Cities, a vendor came up to me and said that they spent a year working on an RFP, and we're getting a really bad reputation with vendors thinking that we can't make a decision to save our lives. And just bear that in mind.
You know, I didn't bring this up because I'm convinced we ought to change our mind or our direction or anything else. I just think we owe it to the people in this community to explain what we did, why we did it, and at this particular point in time, we either do or don't have a choice. It sounds to me like we don't, unless we want to significantly cut our athletic program, which is why we did this in the first place. So, you know, I
think Mr. De La Cruz's point is another thing that I mean, we're trying to negotiate with the county on keeping those lights on. I don't know that we'll be successful. That's a pretty big impact.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the airtime. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry.
Anything to change?
Motion to adjourn?
Me.
Second.